Chapter 1831. The three from the Iron Blood Union seemed to be arrogant, despotic, and unbridled. They seemed to be villains who didn't scheme at all and abused their power. However, if one really thought that way, then they would be gravely mistaken. The extent of their treachery was unimaginable. If one really treated them as ordinary boorish fellows, they wouldn't even know how they died. All the treasures this time belonged to me. The leader of the Iron Blood Alliance laughed maniacally. Speaking of which, the heavens are really fulfilling our wishes. To think that we would have such a great harvest after coming here. How satisfying! Just as he was speaking, a group of people with black robes fluttered in the wind. One of them coldly laughed. So the Iron Blood Alliance is actually so rich? You actually intend to monopolize the treasures among so many other powers? He's really confident. Hee, so it's you, Grand Elder. This time, your sect came in such a menacing manner. You must be determined to obtain the treasures, right? That person from the Iron Blood Alliance laughed dryly. His tone was filled with respect and fear. Clearly, these people weren't ordinary people. At the very least, they were people who could cause the leader of the Iron Blood Alliance to feel fear. MHM, what's wrong? Do you have any objections? The white-bearded First Elder didn't reply, but the person who had originally spoken rudely asked. No, we wouldn't dare. The three members of the Iron Blood Alliance laughed dryly. After greeting them, they quickly walked in. The people who came were the second-ranked superpower in the Eastern Royal Heavens, the Lingxiao sect. The Iron Blood Alliance's ranking in the Eastern Royal Heavens was far inferior to the Lingxiao sect, but the difference in their strength was like heaven and earth. Facing such a superpower, even the Iron Blood Alliance didn't dare to provoke them. Those fellows from the Iron Blood Alliance are becoming more and more domineering. They don't treat us as humans at all. The black-robed man spoke softly. The Grand Elder calmly replied, There's no need to care about those bastards. If we really have a conflict over the soul-suppressing stone, it won't be too late to talk about it. If we really don't have this shit-stirring stick, the variables in this matter will be too small. It might not be beneficial for us. Yes. Just as they were talking, they saw three beautiful women in white robes walking over slowly like celestial fairies. Dreamlike veranda. The three people's white robes fluttered in the wind as they strolled over amidst the clamor of the crowd. However, they gave off the feeling that they were three immortals in white robes strolling through the clouds. Ethereal and noble, unattainable. At first glance, people could not help but feel ashamed of their inferiority. The Great Elder's eyes flashed, but he was the first to step forward. Shuexian has come personally. This old man, Hai Liangbua, pays his respects to you. On the other side, the oldest of the three, a beautiful woman, smiled gently and said, Old Hai, you're too polite. Years had passed since they parted. Old Hai was still vigorous despite his age. His elegant demeanor hadn't diminished in the slightest. Congratulations. Great Elder Hai Mingbo sighed. Shuexian is the one who is truly as elegant as before, but this old man is already old. How can I be compared to the past? Thinking back to the past, I can't help but sigh, haha. Shuexian smiled reservedly and said, Is this also the reason why old Hai is here? Yes, that's exactly why. Hai Pinbo naturally understood that this four was not referring to the auctioned treasures before him, but to the soul-suppressing stone located thousands of kilometers away in infinite, boundless mountain. Yes, people from other continents seem to have come as well. Shuexian frowned. It's not just people who have come. At least 7 or 8 of them have already come. Old Hai's voice was slightly low. However, the Heavenly Sword Alliance has yet to arrive. Perhaps they don't like this place and won't come. While the forces from other continents were further away, there were still 7 or 8 of them. However, there were still more than 7 or 8 forces that had come. The 7 or 8 forces that Old High mentioned were forces of the same level that could threaten supersects like the Soaring Firmament Guild and Dreamlike Secular Pavilion. The fact that there were 7 or 8 of such forces was already shocking enough. However, the Heavenly Sword Alliance, which was the strongest, had yet to arrive. This could be considered a blessing in disguise. "I'm afraid not," Shuexian said in a low voice. "According to what I know, the Earth's Heart Pavilion is already on their way here, and the Heart-Seeking Sword Pavilion has already moved. Since these forces have already confirmed their arrival, the Heavenly Sword Alliance will naturally have to come as well." An indescribable light flashed in her phoenix eyes. "If Old High wants to save some energy, I'm afraid you won't be able to." Old High's face instantly darkened. A trace of worry crept onto his forehead. After pondering for a moment, he said decisively, "I wonder what Shuexian means." Elder High was clearly an extremely decisive person. His position was clear, and the situation was clear. Since Shuexian was willing to tell him such important news, the meaning behind her words was clear. Shuexian smiled gently. "Old High, you understand. After all, this soul-suppressing stone appeared in our Eastern Royal Heavens." She emphasized the words, "our Eastern Royal Heavens." Old High nodded slowly, expressing his agreement. The wrinkles on his face seemed to have deepened at this moment. He said slowly, "Shuexian is right. Although we will inevitably have to fight to the death, the one who benefits in the end will still be in the Eastern Royal Heavens." Shuexian smiled. Old High's words are reasonable. "I also agree." Hai Mingbo's skinny figure stood there. When the night wind blew, it was as if it was going to blow him away. After a long time, he finally said dryly, "Shuexian, if this is the case, we will have to fight." When he said, "we will have to fight," his voice paused. He had clearly deliberated for a long time and made up his mind. However, it was still so difficult for him to say it. As for Shuexian, when he said these 2 words, she gently smiled, nodding, but didn't say anything else. Their gazes met. Hai Mingbo's eyes were as silent as an ancient pond. However, Shuexian's eyes were filled with a dense coldness. At this moment, everyone in the Purple Cloud City felt an indescribable palpitation in their hearts without any warning. At that moment, it was as if some ancient giant beast had suddenly descended upon the Purple Cloud City. Even Chu Yang, who was in the auction hall, could not help but feel a chill in his heart. In his arms, brother whose hair all stood up. Then, Shuexian and Hai Mingbo stepped forward at the same time. Shuexian was in front and Hai Mingbo was behind. They entered the Heavenly Armament Auction Hall one after the other. The moment their gazes met, they had already made a decision on this matter. Although the Soaring Cloud faction was known as the second strongest faction, its actual strength was still lacking compared to the Dreamlike Veranda, because the Dreamlike Veranda was in the entire Heaven Imperial Court. It was also one of the top 3 factions in the Heaven Imperial Court. It was truly one of the strongest factions. If the Soaring Cloud faction was really ranked in the entire Heaven Imperial Court, it would have already been squeezed out of the top 10. "Great Elder, you are too hasty in making such a decision," a black-clothed man said to Hai Mingbo through telepathy as he walked. Hai Mingbo's white beard fluttered. He replied in a deep voice, "No matter what, you must remember that this is the Eastern Royal Heaven." Then he said heavily, "This is our home." Then he asked softly, "What is home?" "Yes." The black-clothed man's expression turned cold. His entire body immediately straightened up. "Home." This had always been a very sacred word. "No matter who it is, no one can snatch something from my home. That is ours. Mine. High up in the sky." Yen Rushen's expression was solemn. He stretched out his hand, and 2 wisps of telekinesis flew naturally into a strange-looking, circular plate in his hand. This was a tacit agreement between high-level martial artists. Snow Immortal and Hai Ming Bo instantly formed a deep tacit understanding between the two factions. Yen Rushin exhaled softly. This matter was probably going to be a big one. Just as he was frowning, he saw that in the distance. Purple light flashed. The Eastern Royal Heavens official army was approaching. Yen Rushin flew over. "Greetings, great General Lon." "Greetings, General." Yen Rushin bowed, his heart relaxed. Since great General Lon had come to oversee this place, there was finally a real person in charge here. He could finally put down the huge rock in his heart. "What is the current situation?" Great General Lon asked sternly. "The situation is extremely complicated. It is hard to explain." Yen Rushin said, "According to the current situation, 7 of the top 100 factions in the Heaven Imperial Court have already arrived, including the Dreamlike Veranda, the Lingxiao faction, the Iron Blood Alliance, and the others. The other 2 factions in the region are also on their way here. They will arrive by tomorrow at the latest. The other Heaven and Earth sects are also rushing over." Yen Rushin took a deep breath. "According to my guess, the factions that have arrived at this place are at least 70. I'm afraid there are no less than 70. 70. Great General Lon frowned slightly and said slowly, "In that case, there are at least 300 factions that have arrived at this place." Yen Rushin calculated carefully and said, "Yes." He was somewhat impressed. Great General Lon had just arrived and had only heard some information from him, but he could already calculate this number so quickly. Such intelligence was really frightening. It was not easy to calculate this number because it involved too many unpredictable factors and too complicated. Therefore, Yen Rushin's final guess of the factions that had gathered here was between 228 to 323. Of course, the Heaven Imperial Court would not only have so few factions, not to mention 300, even 30,000 would be considered a small number. This was because the moment the Soul Suppression Stone appeared, the nearby sects and clans would naturally rush over in a frenzy. These sects and clans were mostly from the Eastern Royal Immortal Realms. After some time, everyone would know that the Sky Sword Alliance, the Dreamlike Veranda, the Earth's Heart Pavilion, the Heart-Seeking Sword Pavilion, the Lingxiao faction, and the others were also gathered here. Naturally, most of the smaller factions would give up their intentions. With so many big factions here, what was the point of coming? To pull a tooth out of the tiger's mouth? Or to court death? Even if he did manage to gather all of them, he would only end up being buried here. Therefore, the ones who came in the end were those big factions. The smaller factions would definitely not get involved in this mess. Those who had already come here were reluctant to leave, but staying would be risky. After much consideration, there were probably some who would leave. In the end, those who stayed were probably only 300 or so. Chapter 1832. Yen Rushin sighed in admiration. Great General Lon, who came up with this number, had not only taken into account the development of the situation, but also thought of the people's hearts in the blink of an eye. If not, how could he be a great general and I am just a lowly subordinate? Open the sky, gauze umbrella, and set up camp. Under Great General Lan's command, the clouds in the sky surged. Remember this, the pugilistic world is the pugilistic world, and the government is the government. The pugilistic world is the pugilistic world of the sects, and the government is the government of the people. If the sects can still abide by the rules, there is no need to interfere. Let them fight to the death. If anyone dares to break the rules, no matter who it is, they will be hunted down and killed. Great General Lon gave the order murderously. Yes, Great General. Yen Rushin hesitated. What's the matter? Speak. Great General Lon turned around and asked, "If this time the people from the domain—" Yen Rushin said with some difficulty, "In the end, the people from the domain take away this treasure. What should we do?" Great General Lan's dignified face turned gloomy. His face darkened, and he did not speak for a long time. The sects of the eastern royal skies are weak compared to them. Yen Rushan said in one breath. If we are defeated this time and take away, then you mean the eastern royal skies will not be able to raise its head in the future. Great General Lon turned around abruptly. Yes, Yen Rushan raised his head and answered. But that is only the pugilistic world. Great General Lan's voice was stern. Even if it is the pugilistic world, it is still the eastern royal sky's strength. Yen Rushan said in a low voice. Forgive me for being blunt. If we lose in the pugilistic world, it will be His Majesty's reputation. Impudent! Great General Lon shouted angrily. The clouds in the sky shook violently. The great Emperor and the great Sage have made an agreement. The pugilistic world's matters are pugilistic world's matters. Great General Lan's voice was heavy. If this agreement is violated, His Majesty will also be humiliated. Moreover, I am afraid that other places will follow suit and use their power to interfere in the pugilistic world's matters. This will have far-reaching consequences. Yes. Yen Rushan's heart skipped a beat. General Lan's concerns were reasonable. Moreover, this is the Eastern Royal Heaven, General Lan said. This is where the headquarters of the dreamlike, mundane world and the Lingxiao faction are located. He believed that they would definitely put in a lot of effort in this matter. If the other party still manages to take away the inheritance under the soul-suppressing stone in the end, Great General Lan turned around and said coldly, "That's because they are useless. And it's not just any ordinary failure," General Lan said in a heavy tone. Then he asserted, "The discussion of this matter ends here. There's no need to say more." Yen Rushan's face was grim. However, after a while, his eyes suddenly lit up. Great General Lan's words had a lot of meaning behind them. The location of the headquarters. "General, you're right. You've thought it through thoroughly." "It's my negligence," said Yen Rushan. "What did I say? I didn't say anything." General Lan's face was solemn. "Yes," Yen Rushan replied solemnly. "The pugilistic world is the pugilistic world. The government is the government." General Lan nodded in satisfaction. "What's going on down there? They actually gathered all the sects in the city?" "It's an auction. It's quite a big event," said Yen Rushan. A trace of warmth appeared on his face. "Moreover, the host of the auction is quite interesting." "Oh, the host of the auction is interesting?" General Lan raised his eyebrows. "How interesting? To be able to make a facial paralysis like you say the word interesting. It's really not easy. This person saved my life previously." Yen Rushan said solemnly, "He's my newest sworn brother." "Sworn brother?" General Lan turned his head with interest. "How old is he now? What's his cultivation level? What's so good about him? What's so important about him that you value him so much?" General Lan couldn't be blamed for being curious. Everyone had the pride of being an elite and the dignity of a profound martial artist. Everyone had their eyes on the top of their heads and never took the people of the pugilistic world seriously. Moreover, the Eastern Royal Sky had its own restrictions. The officials were not allowed to have too much interaction with the people of the pugilistic world. Yen Rushan was upright and was the one who carried out this order the strictest. But this person actually received Yen Rushan's heartfelt recognition. It was an unexpected surprise. He's very young, only 20 years old, but he's already at the beginning stages of the Earth class. Yen Rushan didn't know how to continue the introduction. Should he just say that the sworn brother he had high hopes for was actually a super good for nothing? General Lan smiled faintly. Only 20 years old and already at the beginning stages of the Earth class. Not bad, not bad. Yen Rushan, your foresight is indeed extraordinary. Hearing this, the surrounding officers roared with laughter. Beginning stages of the Earth class, in their eyes, he was even more insignificant than an ant. Not to mention that he was only 20 years old. This was a huge age gap. Yen Russian actually became sworn brothers with such a young man. It was as if an ancestor and a grandson had become sworn brothers. The difference in seniority was at least 108,000 miles. It was simply a little crazy. Yen Russian faced the crowd calmly and said calmly, "That brother of mine, one day, all of you will envy me. Envy me from the bottom of your heart." Ha ha ha. Everyone laughed. No one cared. Almost everyone thought that Yen Russian was stubbornly refusing to admit his mistake. What was there to envy about a mere beginning stages of the Earth-class martial artist? General Lon stroked his chin and glanced at Yen Russian from the corner of his eyes. He was a little tempted. Should I go down and take a look? But I can't let anyone know about this. While everyone was chatting and laughing in the sky, the auction below had already begun. Minister Chu personally stepped forward and stood on the auction stage. He held the gavel in his hand and looked like an experienced auctioneer. There were more than 300 people sitting below. And these people, the strength of any one of them was higher than Minister Chu's. But the way Chu Yang looked at them now was as if he was looking at millions of purple cloud dollars. These guys were the true definition of rich. All of them were tycoons' huge money bags. They didn't need to be ruthless. How could they face themselves? Wealth came from danger. The timid would starve to death, and the bold would be stuffed to death. People still had to look at money. So Chu Yang stood up with high fighting spirit. "Welcome, esteemed guests, to the Celestial Armament Auction Hall. Today's auction is very sudden and rushed. I believe everyone is very surprised. Even I did not expect this a few days ago." Chu Yang's speech was very unexpected. It was very different from the usual auctioneer's speech. He didn't say what was being auctioned right away. Instead, he started to talk about trivial matters. However, none of the people below said a word. This auction hall was a little strange. Everyone was puzzled. According to my original plan, it should be open half a year later. And with the strength of a small, newly established clan, we can't come up with anything that can interest you. Chu Yang continued to talk about random things. But 3 days ago, a mysterious guest came to me. This mysterious guest is very powerful. With my weak cultivation, I couldn't see anything, so I agreed. Chu Yang said vaguely, but everyone below looked at each other and smiled. Looks like this guy was forced. This is a little interesting. This mysterious guest asked me to hold this auction within these 3 days, and a treasure was auctioned on the spot. Any one of these treasures is a rare treasure that I have never seen before. If these treasures really belong to me, they don't all need to belong to me. Even if one of them really belongs to me, I will choose to keep it forever. After all, for a small person like me, if news of such a thing is leaked out, it will be a disaster and not a blessing. It will only cause trouble. Chu Yang spoke without thinking, but the expression on his face was very serious. In fact, it was very sincere. The people present didn't doubt Chu Yang's explanation. In fact, Chu Yang's explanation was the most reasonable explanation. Everyone present was aware of Chu Yang's identity, origin, and recent experiences. Chu Yang's strength and wealth shouldn't be in possession of the treasure that was being promoted at this auction, and he definitely wouldn't be able to keep it. Even if he were to sell it, the wealth he would get from selling it would still be enough to wipe out his entire clan for a commoner like him. This mysterious guest said, "You can set the starting price of all the auction items. It doesn't matter how much you get in the end." Chu Yang said proudly, "And this mysterious guest's only request is that the time of this auction must be before the soul-suppressing stone incident completely explodes in infinite, boundless mountain. And the earlier the better." At this point, Chu Yang stopped, but the people below could no longer maintain their composure. Because these words, not only could they understand, there was also a very inconceivable speculation. While they didn't really doubt Chu Yang's words, they had their own thoughts about this guest's request. What did he mean by the starting price wasn't important, the final price wasn't important, the only important thing was the time? Why? What did this person's inconceivable actions mean? Shuexian and Ling Xiao clan's first elder Haiyangba's seats were all good seats. The distance between them was only a few hundred feet. Hearing this, the two of them looked at each other at the same time. There must be a reason for this abnormality. Then, what exactly was the reason? First elder, what do you think? Shuexian's lips didn't move, but her voice had already reached Haiyangba's ears. This mysterious guest is most likely from our eastern royal heavens. Haiyangba's expression didn't change as he transmitted his voice back. That's right, I think so too. Shuexian nodded. Also, the purpose of the divine weapons being auctioned now is to help the sects of the eastern royal heavens, in hopes that we can succeed in this soul-suppressing stone incident. There's no doubt about this. Haiyangba nodded in agreement. Tomorrow is the second anniversary of the proud world's birthday. I will do my best to show my gratitude to everyone for their support. Glorious, proud of the world. Mighty, proud of the world. United, proud of the world. Handsome, confident, proud of the world. Handsome, proud of the world. Chapter 1833. I believe that the reason why old Hai agreed with my judgment should be very similar to mine. Right now, the sects from the other worlds have yet to arrive. They have no chance to participate in this auction that is so valuable. Shuexian's voice was heavy. Hence, no matter who won the bid for this mysterious guest's treasure, they are definitely from the eastern royal heavens. Grand Elder Hai Mingbo nodded his head, but didn't reply. Clearly, he completely agreed with Shuexian's words. Divine weapons, supreme treasures that can increase one's cultivation for a short period of time, spatial equipment, all of these are things that can be used immediately. That's right, since they have put in so much effort to set up this auction. The identity of this mysterious guest must not be exposed. That should be the case. Since the other party is worried about not being exposed, there's a high chance that they are some special characters. That's right. In that case, how many special characters are there in the eastern royal heavens? There aren't many people who have the ability to do so, and those who are willing to do so are even fewer. There are truly very few of them. In summary, we can basically confirm that this mysterious guest is trying to increase the strength of the eastern royal heavens, increasing the chances of the eastern royal heavens winning this auction. Indeed, since they want to increase our strength, it means that this mysterious guest has already determined that with our current strength, we aren't a match for the other worlds. MHM, you can say that. In other words, this mysterious guest has a very good understanding of our strength. That makes sense. In other words, this person has a very good understanding of the other party's strength. That's absolutely right. This person's cultivation must be very high. Without a doubt. Then who is this person? Shuexian repeated her question, but after careful consideration, the meaning of this question was completely different. The identity of this mysterious guest was almost obvious. Hai Mingbo was tongue-tied and a look of respect suddenly appeared on his face. In that case, could this person be the person who placed a sword on the soul-suppressing stone? As Shuexian spoke until here, she suddenly thought of something. This question startled him. This question was too sudden. Not only did it startle him, it also startled him. This. Hai Xiaobo was stunned by this question. In fact, when Shuexian first started the conversation, she did not associate the mysterious guest with the owner of the sword. Instead, after a series of questions and answers, she gradually connected the two together. However, this connection was actually very reasonable. That was why he asked the last question. In fact, he didn't have such thoughts beforehand. The two of them looked at each other and felt the importance of this matter. Layers of shock rose in their hearts. Without prior consultation, they began to pay more attention to this auction that had appeared out of nowhere. Although it wasn't to the extent that they were determined to get their hands on the auction items, it wasn't to the extent that they had to get their hands on them. However, his state of mind was completely different from when he had just arrived, where he was in a state of losing is my fate, gaining is my fortune. Next is today's first auction item. Chu Yang's eyes seemed to casually slide over everyone below. Chu Yang could already confirm this from the looks in everyone's eyes. Everyone present had already attracted enough attention. In fact, it had even piqued their curiosity. Furthermore, it had also aroused the same sense of danger and anxiety as those of the Eastern Royal Heavens. Yes, looks like I don't need to worry about my safety for now. No matter if it's me or the rising Chu clan, we have nothing to do with these auction items anymore. Even after the auction, no one will find trouble with me because I can't buy it or because it's too expensive. Because the role I'm playing is just a small role that has been forced to do something beyond my ability. Furthermore, no matter what, I've already helped that mysterious guest with one thing, so I still have some face. If anything happens to me, that mysterious guest with mysterious origins and unfathomable strength will definitely not sit by and do nothing. Just this point alone was enough to make everyone here wary. Therefore, other than the Iron Blood Alliance and a few other evil sects, who were still somewhat eager to make a move, everything else didn't matter anymore. The first auction item is a sword that has already reached the peak of the saint level. Chu Yang waved his hand. Two white-robed youths joined forces and walked out slowly with a sword in their hands. These two youths were both ordinary people. Everyone present could see this, but their faces were delicate and pretty, and their figures were tall and straight. Their eyes were full of spirit and did not disperse. Together, they held the sword and slowly walked over. Their white robes made them look even more otherworldly. Everyone's eyes lit up. Hai Liangbua gathered his power in his eyes and looked over. His original intention was naturally to look at the sword, but he inadvertently included the two youths in his line of sight. This was something that couldn't be avoided, but that unintentional glance caused his eyes to shine brightly. It was as if he had discovered a rare treasure. In fact, he really did discover a rare treasure. No, it should be said that it was even rarer than a rare treasure. Because the sword was still in its scabbard, he didn't feel much for the time being. However, the aptitude of the two youths holding the sword had already made his heart burn with passion. These two youths clearly didn't have any cultivation and didn't show any signs of having cultivated before. But there was actually spiritual energy flowing around their bodies. Hai Liangbua's eyes widened. They actually have spirit-gathering bodies. And both of them have spirit-gathering bodies. Hai Liangbua opened his mouth wide and couldn't close it anymore. Such outstanding aptitude. How many years had it been since the soaring firmament sect had appeared? And those few seniors, any one of them was a legendary figure who had achieved earth-shattering achievements. It was also because of those few people that the soaring firmament sect had developed into the super sect it was today. It could be said that to the soaring firmament sect, their contributions were the greatest. However, in the end, for them to have such achievements, it was mostly due to their own innate aptitude. If they didn't have such aptitude, they definitely wouldn't have had such outstanding achievements. And now, that almost legendary aptitude. There were actually two of them in front of him, and each of them had a top-grade spirit-gathering body like pure gold and unpolished jade. I'm not dreaming, am I? Even if I'm dreaming, this dream is a bit too beautiful. These two youths looked to be at most 12 or 13 years old. Their faces still had the natural immaturity of a child, but they already had the vicissitudes of life. They had been through the trials of life, but their hearts were still pure. This was the kind of talent that all the big sects yearned for even in their dreams. They were completely like flowers that were watered in a greenhouse. No matter how outstanding their aptitude was, to truly become a talent, they still needed to be honed, needed to gain experience. And these two people were completely unnecessary, because they had already tasted many of the difficulties and sufferings of the human world. Such people, as long as they were given a chance, they would only grit their teeth and continue to climb towards the peak, because they would never allow themselves to fall back to the lowest level of society. They had already suffered enough. Such outstanding innate and acquired geniuses, and two of them appeared at once. They were actually not discovered by anyone. It's others who don't have eyes. It's because I'm too lucky, too lucky. Hai Liangbua quietly closed his mouth, but he still couldn't suppress the excitement in his heart. He then turned to look at the people around him. His heart felt a bit guilty. I beg the gods, I hope no one else saw it. But when he saw Xue Xian, Hai Liangbua's heart couldn't help but sink. Perhaps others wouldn't see it, but Xue Xian's cultivation was higher than his. She was also more knowledgeable. How could she not see it? Hai Liangbua calculated in his heart. This Xue Xian was not someone who was easy to talk to, and her strength was also extremely strong. If she really wanted to use force, he could only watch helplessly. The only thing worth rejoicing over was that these two youngsters were both male. Perhaps there was still hope for Hai Liangbua, as long as Xue Xian didn't fight with him. How could they be worthy of fighting with him? Xue Xian's eyes lit up when she saw the two. Although there were many geniuses in her sect, but young geniuses like these, the more the better. No sect would complain about having too many. But it was a pity that these two were male, and it was currently an eventful time. Adding more variables might not be worth it. If one of them was a girl, then no matter what, she would have taken her into her sect. Although the spirit-gathering body was far from Qing Wu's abnormal physique, it was still a very rare and extraordinary talent. On the high platform, a sword light flashed, and in an instant a dense and cold aura filled the entire place. The long sword was unsheathed. Everyone's attention was focused on the sword. This sword, according to what the guest said, is called Dragon Slayer. It can cut through gold and iron and cut through hair. Chu Yang held the sword in his hand, and a cold light flashed. When holding the sword, it can absorb sweat and will never slip. When attacking, it can naturally use the wind to increase the speed of the attack. And when defending, it can also display an amazing effect that is 20% higher. Of course, there are even more amazing effects, but this needs to be discovered by the new owner of the sword, and it is inconvenient to reveal it publicly. Besides, the most important point is that this sword is currently still an ownerless divine weapon. Ever since it was forged, it has never been stained with blood. Everyone present here is an experienced senior. There is no need for this junior to elaborate on the difference. Chu Yang's voice was filled with endless enchantment. Once this sword recognizes an owner, it can automatically generate a sword spirit, and when facing an enemy, it will be alert and gain the initiative by striking first. Down below, almost everyone's eyes were burning with passion. If this was really the case, then the quality of this sword was already far higher than the standard of a peak saint level sword. Just as Chu Yang said, the difference between an ownerless weapon and an ownerless weapon was like heaven and earth. If someone else used a treasured sword and used it again, no matter what, it would be the second owner. To be able to use it freely, it would undoubtedly require a lot of time to adjust and a lot of time to nourish and adapt to it, because the divine sword had a spirit. Going to work overtime, eruption in the early morning, eruption in the whole day tomorrow. Celebrating the 2nd anniversary of Ao Shi. Through the wind and rain, we walk together. Through the bumpy road, you and I are together. Chapter 1834. As the saying goes, a loyal minister would not serve two masters. This principle was suitable for both people and swords. A truly good sword, as long as it recognized a master, it would never change, other than its owner. Other people will feel unfamiliar with the show in their hands. You won't fit in with the rest of us. This was not a psychological problem, but a real existence. But this sword in front of them was an ownerless sword, and there was no blood. Just like an ignorant toddler, all of his thoughts are still a blank piece of paper. If you draw black, it will be black. If you draw red, it will be red. All the concerns mentioned before could be ignored. As long as I get it, it will be mine. I only need a simple nourishment, and I will be able to become one with the sword. This was the true meaning of a top-grade sword. This dragon-slaying sword has a base price. Everyone is free to bid, and the highest bidder will get it. Chu Yang said. As he said that, he waved his hand, and the two white-clothed youths bowed respectfully and walked down the stage. Hai Pinbo's heart bled as he watched. Where is this person? How could such a genius be ordered around like a servant at such a young age? What a waste of resources. At this moment, Hai Pinbo had a strong urge to crush this little blind boy to death with a single slap and then take the two geniuses away. If he could obtain these two geniuses, even if he couldn't obtain the auction items, or even if he couldn't obtain anything from this Soulstone event, it wouldn't necessarily be a bad deal. But when he thought of the mysterious auction owner and the even more terrifying owner of the soul-suppressing stone sword, Hai Pinbo finally dared to act rashly. He could only bear with it for now. That Chu brat, just you wait, just because you mistreated these two geniuses. You won't be any better. Clang! The divine sword was unsheathed. Chu Yang raised his hand into the air and then let go. The sword body quietly stopped in the air, and an endless cold light was reflected from the sword body. The light radiated in all directions, and it was cold and indifferent. The streamlined sword body was sharp. The tip of the sword was almost invisible, and the cloud patterns on the sword body were like dragons, making everyone's breathing quicken. The light was cold. This sword, they were coldly waiting for the owner of ZJ. The crowd instantly quieted down. Although this sword had a base price, anyone could buy it. The value of this sword, it was not something that could be measured by money. The final transaction price would definitely be ridiculously high, shockingly high. Moreover, if it wasn't for a sky-high price, it would be a waste of this divine blade. Everyone looked at each other. No one was willing to make a bid. Chu Yang smiled faintly. He didn't have any reaction to this situation. He just placed a small hourglass on the stage. He said, before the sand in this hourglass runs out if no one makes a bid, then the price will be lowered. Announce that this item is not being auctioned. We won't repeat the auction. As he spoke, he opened the hourglass and turned it upside down on the table. The fine sand of the golden necklaces began to flow downwards. Judging by their speed, they would be gone in a few breaths. This sudden move was simply too ruthless. 10,000 purple cloud coins. Finally, someone couldn't hold it in any longer. One of them stared at the empty sword with burning eyes and immediately asked for 10,000 purple coins. 10,000 purple cloud coins. That was an astonishing amount of wealth. Looking at the entire Purple Cloud City, the number of people who had such wealth could not be counted with one's fingers. But here, this was only the starting price. Even 10,000 purple coins? Such a divine weapon, and you're only offering such a price. This is simply blasphemy. Ha! Another person laughed mockingly. I bid 50,000 purple coins. On the stage, the corners of Chu Yang's mouth twitched. The price of 10,000 Xia coins had surprised him. Previously, a certain king of hell had sent many divine weapons to be auctioned off, and they had earned quite a lot. However, he had never seen any divine weapon being auctioned off for 10,000 Xia coins. Although a heavenly-grade divine weapon could not be compared to a saint-grade divine weapon, this was only the first bid, and the price was already 10,000 Xia coins. This was truly beyond Chu Yang's expectations. However, this surprise didn't last for long. In just one sentence, someone had already increased the price, and it was to 50,000 purple coins. It had increased by 5 times. What kind of situation was this? Could this be the true definition of being rich? But Chu Yang's mental fortitude was still quite strong. Although he was surprised, he didn't stop talking. This friend here bids 50,000 purple coins. Is there a higher price? Is there a higher price? 50,000 purple coins going once. 50,000 purple coins going twice. 50,000 purple coins going thrice. Wait. Someone stood up. I bid 150,000. Oh my God. 150,000? Did the people here not treat money as money? This friend here bids 150,000 purple coins. 150,000 purple coins going once. 150,000 purple coins going twice. Chu Yang was really excited now. The price had tripled again. This price, someone was very satisfied, so he subconsciously increased the speed of the auction. 200,000. I bid 200,000. A person in white stood up and said with a frown, "Auctioneer, please wait a moment. I have something to say." Xue Xian looked at the person in white and frowned. "Someone from Snow Mountain?" Hai Libo nodded. "That's right. Snow Mountain sect, the third largest sect in the Eastern Royal Heavens. I didn't expect someone from Snow Mountain to bid so early." He was going to say shit. Xue Xian smiled bitterly. The attraction of this sword was really too big. "May I ask what kind of advice this guest has?" Chu Yang asked. To be honest, Chu Yang didn't have a good impression of the person who interrupted the auction. Even if the person in white raised the price by another 50,000 purple coins, Chu Yang wouldn't care about him at all. "Of course I have advice." This person in white was obviously not very nice to someone. He said in a low voice, "Let's be honest. I'm not very nice to you, the auctioneer. I really don't know where Heavenly Armament Pavilion hired you. Have you ever been an auctioneer? How can you host an auction? You're shouting too fast. You didn't even give others time to think. We were still deliberating when you finished shouting shit 3 times and wanted to close the deal. Auctioneer, did I really say that? You really haven't hosted an auction before, right?" Black lines appeared on Chu Yang's forehead. This sentence was really said by the person in white. He really hadn't done any auctions before. He had only watched and participated in auctions. What the hell? Had he really been an auctioneer before? Just now he had been too excited. Because the previous price was in line with his expectations, the speed of his speech had naturally sped up a bit. Of course, it was only natural. Of course, he did it on purpose. Now he was indeed being blamed. Chu Yang chuckled. Then he seemed a little embarrassed as he said, "This guest has good eyesight. This is indeed my first time doing this. To be honest, a few days ago, I wouldn't have thought that this would happen. There would still be a day when I host an auction. If it wasn't for that guest's request, I wouldn't have held this auction so hastily. I will pay more attention to the rhythm later. Please forgive me." Seeing Chu Yang's awkward expression, that person couldn't help but laugh. "I also understand your difficulties. It's just that the rhythm of this auction. It's better to speak slowly. You're like a war. Others don't even have time to think. Chu Yang nodded. Actually, if it was any other item being auctioned, the auctioneer would shout like this. Of course, it wouldn't be in the right order. Instead, it would be more popular. The faster the auctioneer shouted, the smaller the profit margin. But now, it was very different from usual. Everyone wanted these treasures. The faster the auctioneer shouted, the fewer chances others would have. What if the auctioneer didn't have time to bid and the auctioneer shouted and closed the deal? Wouldn't that be too sad and depressing? The rhythm of the auctioneer's bidding slowed down. Everyone enthusiastically bid. The price soared. It's just that the increase in the price is getting more and more intense. It's no longer increasing by 50,000 or 100,000 renminbi. Instead, it's increasing by 10,000 or 20,000 renminbi. Even so, in a short period of time, the price rose from 200,000 to 350,000. This price was naturally calculated in purple cloud dollars. In fact, in today's auction, everyone was bidding in purple cloud dollars. They were even using 10,000 as the base unit. There wasn't even a 1,000. It was just that when the price reached 350,000, the increment rate of the auctioneers bidding slowed down significantly. Not only did it become 10,000, but it also slowed down by a few times. Chu Yang could also tell that the actual value of this sword, or rather, the price that the auctioneer was willing to pay, had reached its limit. It had even exceeded the limit. Those who were still bidding now were those who were determined to get it. 400,000. 400,000 purple cloud dollars. This guest has bid 400 million purple cloud dollars. Is there anyone who wants to bid higher? Is there anyone who wants to bid higher? For 100 million purple cloud dollars going once. Chu Yang's saliva flew everywhere. The one who bid 400,000 purple cloud dollars was the top-ranked sect in the Eastern Royal Heaven, Haoran sect. Going twice. 400,000 purple cloud dollars going thrice. 500,000 purple cloud dollars. The man in white from Snow Mountain sect gritted his teeth and raised the price to 500,000 purple cloud dollars. The Snow Mountain sect was known for their swordsmanship, and the attraction of such a divine blade to the members of the Snow Mountain sect was unparalleled. The man in black from Haoran sect stiffened and finally sat down helplessly. It wasn't that they couldn't afford to raise the price by 500,000 purple cloud dollars, but it was too much to spend 500,000 purple cloud dollars for this sword. Moreover, there were still many good things to come. In the end, the dragon-slaying sword was sold to Snow Mountain sect for a sky-high price of 500,000 purple cloud dollars. They exchanged the money and the goods. The elder from Snow Mountain sect hugged the sword and grinned from ear to ear. Although it was worth more than the price, the sword that was most suitable for ZJ was the best. It was priceless. It's just 500,000 purple cloud dollars. It's nothing. The elder smiled and used the sword to cut open ZJ's blood vessels. He used ZJ's blood to smear the sword all over. Then he used his divine sense to nourish his body and closed his eyes to rest. He wanted to establish a connection with the sword spirit as soon as possible. The other disciples from Snow Mountain sect twitched their lips. That was a total of 500,000 purple cloud coins. Chapter 1835. A total of 500,000 purple cloud coins in exchange for a sword, and the great elder said that it was just 500,000. Oh, I really can't take it anymore. How is this just 500,000 purple cloud coins? How is this 500,000 purple cloud coins? That's 50 trillion purple cloud coins. With this astronomical figure, the entire Snow Mountain sect, all of their family members, all of their assets, all of their expenses, including the elixirs used for cultivation, would be able to last for a whole year. Br. Chu Yang's face was calm because the money from the auction was not his, but a mysterious guest's. But in his heart he was overjoyed. The mysterious guest is me, the great young Master Chu. Again, young Master Chu really didn't expect that this sword could be sold for the sky-high price of 500,000 purple cloud coins. In his heart, 200,000 purple cloud coins was his limit. He was very satisfied with that amount. The last time he auctioned a heaven-grade weapon, he only sold it for 300,000 purple cloud coins. The difference between purple cloud coins and purple cloud coins was not a matter of how much the difference was, but how many times the difference was. As expected, he was a fool with a lot of money. Actually, Chu Yang had overlooked the reason why he is willing to pay such a high price. What he said earlier had a subtle effect on the market. Right now, everyone present thought that this sword and treasure were specially taken out by a senior to increase the strength of the people of Eastern Royal Heavens. This was a huge favor in itself. In fact, the starting price was not set at the start. So, these people deliberately raised the price. They could not let that senior suffer a loss, right? And this sword was indeed worth it. So, just like that, the auction went down. That was why Chu Yang was able to sell it at such an unprecedented high price. Of course, it was worth the money, but there were many other motives behind it. If Chu Yang thought of it, he would definitely exclaim that he had hit the jackpot by a stroke of luck. It actually had such a miraculous effect. As expected, even if the heavens gave it to me, it could still be sold at a sky-high price. Next, it was time for the auction of the second item, the Peak Saint level treasure saber. This time, the starting price was still the same. But this time, there were obviously fewer people participating in the auction. In the Heaven Imperial Court, there were more people who used swords. There were also fewer swordsmen, but it was also because there were so few of them. The saber-wielding martial artists who were able to come to this place were all experts in saber-wielding. Their cultivations were not ordinary, so every single one of them was determined to win. The sword moved swiftly. Generally speaking, if a martial saint used a heaven-grade sword, he would be able to unleash the strongest power. However, a saber was different. Saber, easy to learn but hard to master. It had always been said that he was the king of soldiers. Therefore, the quality of the saber depended on the saber user. He had always had high expectations. A swordsman's lifelong wish was to own a divine saber, especially since the saber in front of him was ownerless. In other words, once he obtained it and nurtured it with his soul to a certain extent, the quality of the saber would improve along with the improvement of the user. ZJ was a heavenly human. This blade was of the celestial grade. He had completely become one with the saber. This kind of value was immeasurable in this round of the auction. In total, there were only 3 people competing for it, but this wave of competition made people feel a chill in their hearts. Any one of these 3 people was a tyrant who could move unhindered in the world. Each of them was an expert in saber-wielding. This made Duan Sankong, who was originally very dissatisfied with Chu Yang taking out such a treasured saber for auction, a little shocked. Because any one of these 3 people was above ZJ. No, it was a luxury to even compare ZJ with them. How are the levels of these 3 people? Chu Yang asked through telepathy. I can't tell how they are. Duan Sankong touched his nose. The only thing I can be sure of is that one of them is definitely not below Lu Yongxiang, who fought with me previously. Oh, Chu Yang nodded. Is that infinite, invincible saber here? Yes. Well, some of them are. Chu Yang said thoughtfully, most of the sword-wielding experts belong to sects, but the saber-wielding experts are basically loners. This part is a little strange. You are also a saber-wielder. Do you have any opinions on this? Duan Sankong was startled. Then he frowned and was stunned. Yes, there's indeed such a phenomenon. For example, infinite, invincible saber, the 3 people in front of him. And ZJ, however, Chu Yang didn't care about him. This was because the competition between the 3 of them had reached its climax. I'll pay 250,000. A bearded man stood up suddenly. His eyes were as sharp as blades as they slid across the faces of the other 2 people. You think you're so great just because you stood up. Another man also stood up and crossed his arms. I'll pay 300,000. In the distance, in the corner, a feminine voice said, 350,000. Who wants to compete with me? The bearded man shouted furiously, 400,000. Lightning snake, giant spirit saber. Both of you already have your own weapons. Do you really want to go against my thunder frenzied saber? Lightning snake, giant spirit saber. Thunder frenzied saber. When these 3 names came out one after another, all the people participating in the auction finally knew the identities of these 3 people. Lightning Snake, the number 1 assassin of the younger generation in the Eastern Royal Heaven. Celestial Saber, Giant Spirit Saber. It was said that this person was the number 1 bandit in the Eastern Royal Heaven. He had roamed the world for many years, but he was never stopped by anyone. As for Thunder Frenzied Saber, he was both good and evil. He roamed alone and was invincible. His cultivation was unfathomable, and he had never lost a battle. The whereabouts of these 3 people had always been erratic, and they were elusive. Who would have thought that they would actually be gathered here. When they heard that the competitors were actually these 3 people, many people sucked in a breath of cold air. Facing these 3 people, even Shuexian and Haimingbo felt a headache. These 3 people's strength in their eyes, or in the eyes of the 2 sects, were not considered to be shit. But to deal with such people, unless it was a one-hit kill, otherwise if they were to escape with their elusive methods, anyone would have a headache. You may not be afraid, but what about your sect disciples? At this moment, the feminine voice of Lightning Snake said, "Thunder, when it comes to weapons, no one will think that there are too few of them. I'll pay 410,000. I quit." Gigantic Spirit Blade raised his hand and smiled, but no one knew what he meant. Now, it was obvious that Lightning Snake and Thunder Frenzied Saber were going against each other. Since it was purely to cause trouble, Giant Spirit Saber did not want to get involved. If he did, it would be equivalent to offending these 2 people at the same time. Because no matter what, Lightning Snake would raise the price. If ZJ followed suit, not only would he offend Lightning Snake, he would also offend Thunder Frenzied Saber. Thunder Frenzied Saber was obviously envious of the saber and was determined to get it. 450,000. Thunder Frenzied Saber's chest heaved up and down as his eyes widened. 400,000, Lightning Snake said softly. "Both of you, please wait for a moment." On the stage, Chuyang said, "Everyone, since you want to buy a saber, you must first have money. If you bid maliciously but are unable to pay the price in the end, our auction house will not allow it. Can the 2 of you please show us your assets and confirm if you have the qualifications to buy this saber?" Chuyang could tell that Lightning Snake and Thunder Frenzied Saber were definitely not on good terms. If they continued to bid like this, the price might be raised to the sky, but this money was definitely not easy to get. These 2 murderous stars, no matter who cheated who in the end, they would still be cheated by ZJ. Although Chuyang's words came abruptly, it was still reasonable. The auction items in this auction were all from that mysterious guest. If it was just a failed bid, it would be fine. But if they bid maliciously and were unable to pay in the end, the auction fees would fall on the auction house. With such a sky-high price, even if they sold the entire Chu clan, it would not be enough. On this point, everyone present also understood Chuyang's difficulties. Of course, Chuyang had said so. If someone bid maliciously and did not pay in the end, it would be obvious that they were acting shamelessly and would definitely offend that mysterious guest. This was a consequence that no one present was willing to bear. Meddlesome little. Lightning Snake's soft voice sounded. After a while he said, "I withdraw." When he said these 3 words, it was tantamount to saying that he did not have so much money on him. His soft voice sounded from east to west, which expert present was an ordinary person. However, from the beginning to the end, there were only 2 people who could truly distinguish his ways, Shuexian and Hainingbo. "The host is right. I will round it up to 500,000. Thunder Frenzied Blade laughed heartily. "Although you've backed out, you've still made a bid before. Just for your fair words, I'll add another 40,000. Humph." In the shadows, Lightning Snake let out a dissatisfied snort. Lightning Wild Blade strode forward and went backstage to settle the payment procedures. Chuyang, who was on the stage, could only sense a sinister aura lingering around him. It was like a venomous snake that was about to devour its prey. It was cold and filled with evil intentions. It was obvious that the Lightning Serpent hated ZJ because of this. Lightning Snake did not dare to provoke that mysterious guest. But how could he care about a small fry with only Earth-grade cultivation? What he did not know was that Chuyang did not care about him either. At least today, Lightning Snake would not make a move against ZJ, because it was too obvious. And after today, he believed that Lightning Snake would not have the energy to care about ZJ for the time being. The result was better than Chuyang's expectations. Before tomorrow, Lightning Snake would not have the energy to care about ZJ. Lightning Snake, Hai Mingbo shouted. I heard that your small saber technique is not bad. You dare to be so arrogant in this kind of auction. The rumors are indeed true. Do you want this old man to spar with you? I don't dare. Great Elder is too serious. Lightning Snake's arrogance instantly disappeared without a trace. Facing the number 1 elder of the second largest sect, Lightning Snake kept quiet out of fear. No matter how strong he was, he could not be stronger than a large sect. Chapter 1836. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Great Elder Haiyang Bo-Hai reprimanded the Lightning Snake without any reservations. However, the Lightning Snake didn't even dare to reply. Its only thought was to find trouble with Chu Yang. This was precisely because one was too strong and the other was too weak. To put it in a more vulgar way, it would be the persimmon picks on the weak. He did not dare to provoke Haiyang Bo-Hai, but he hated Chu Yang to the bone. Everyone present was a hero of a region. So, they had already seen through the thoughts of the Lightning Snake. In fact, they could even understand the thoughts of the Lightning Snake. However, very few people would sympathize with Chu Yang. This was the sorrow and helplessness of a person in a lower position when facing a person in a higher position. The result would be the same if the opponent was Chu Yang or the Lightning Snake. However, the person in a lower position was Chu Yang. It was just that everyone, including Xue Xian and Elder Hai, discovered that at this moment a person had silently entered the auction house. Yishua, the consort of Yishua, sat down. This auction house was already filled with people. Every seat was occupied, but he sat down the moment he entered. It was as if there was an empty seat waiting for his arrival. Then he sat down and crossed his legs. The person who was originally sitting on this seat was in a daze for some reason. Then he realized that Yishua was sitting on the ground 10 feet away. However, there was another person sitting there instead of the original WZH. That person was surprised at first. Just as he was about to step forward and question Yishua, he suddenly realized. Actually, Yishua had been sitting here from the start. It was not because of Yishua, it was because of Yishua, yes. That person sitting on that seat was supposed to be there. That seat was set up for that person. Everything was natural and natural. If ZJ were to force his way in, it would be out of place. Since that was the case, what right did ZJ have to ask others to let him have his way? Did he want to break the harmonious atmosphere? Yishua shook his head and actually sat on the ground to participate in the auction. There was no awkwardness at all. And this was a strange scene. Even Xue Xian and the others were surprised to find out. Then, this person observed Chu Yang with great interest. His eyes were actually examining Chu Yang. He muttered to himself, "This is that little bastard's sworn brother?" Hiss! Uran sucked in a breath of cold air as he said this. He stared at Chu Yang in disbelief and muttered, "Oh my God! This guy was actually, since the beginning of time, from the beginning of time to the present, the one and only number 1 trash. Who could be more useless than him? Such a material. Not only is this unprecedented, I'm afraid it's also the last. Isn't this too useless? Yan Russian's foresight has really changed my opinion of him. I'm completely shocked, amazed. It's just too amazing. Damn it." Next up was the third item, the purple crystal jade essence. It was just that the popularity of the purple crystal jade essence auction had greatly exceeded Chu Yang's expectations. In Chu Yang's opinion, what the Double Heavens continent thought was good might not be good here. There was a huge disparity between the two planes. In the Chong Tian continent, the purple crystal jade essence was a rare treasure, but in this place it might not be considered a good thing. However, he had neglected a very important point. As long as it was something good that could help one's cultivation, it was a good thing no matter which plane it was in. In fact, the higher the level of the plane, the greater the demand for this kind of thing. Moreover, the Double Heavens continent had accumulated for hundreds of thousands of years. There were too many good things that no one had discovered. And after the Double Heavens Imperial Court had plundered for millions of years, all the mineral veins that they had found had basically been distributed cleanly. Even those that could still be mined had long been occupied by others. Therefore, although the purple crystal jade essence was not a rare item in the Double Heavens Imperial Court, it was still a good thing that was hard to come by. Moreover, Chu Yang had given a huge piece of purple crystal jade essence that weighed more than 500 kilograms. Even though everyone present was extremely experienced and knowledgeable, they had never seen such an exaggeratedly good thing. On the auction stage, the purple crystal jade essence that was as big as 2 tables emitted a mesmerizing glow. With one glance, everyone's expectant gazes could no longer be shifted away. The third auction item is the purple crystal jade essence. It looks like a complete piece, weighing a total of 1,735 kilograms. Just as Chu Yang finished speaking, countless divine senses wrapped around him. Their target was definitely not Chu Yang. They were all attached to the purple crystal jade essence. Obviously, everyone was simultaneously checking to see if this piece of purple crystal jade essence was really as Chu Yang had said. It was a complete natural piece. If it was really a complete piece, its rarity would undoubtedly be several times higher. After a while, everyone did not linger and immediately retracted their divine senses. Everyone let out a sigh of relief in their hearts. It was actually real. There really was such a complete piece of purple crystal jade essence weighing more than 1,700 kilograms in this world. Chu Yang waited with a smile. When he sensed that all the divine senses had been retracted, he took a deep breath. The rules are the same as before. Everyone, please make your own bids. The highest bidder will still win. The moment Chu Yang's words fell, the crowd below erupted. 50,000! Before the first auctioneer had even finished speaking, someone else followed. 100,000! Purple cloud dollars. 150,000! 250,000! 300,000! It was only a matter of time before the price was raised to 500,000 yuan. Was this a shaming situation? Chu Yang's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Never in his wildest dreams had he imagined that this piece of soul of the purple crystal would be so popular here. Was this a joke? Right at this moment, the person from the Iron Blood Alliance slowly stood up. His gaze was somewhat disdainful as he looked around the place. Then he coughed lightly. Chu Yang stared at him, a bad feeling rising in his heart. This guy, is he shaming me? He's not shaming me, is he? Is he going to kiss her in front of so many people? Not sure if Chu Yang's earlier thought was a jinx, but the crowd really slowly quieted down. That person smiled a little. He said, the Iron Blood Alliance wants this piece of purple crystal jade essence. 100,000 purple cloud dollars. He chuckled. May I ask, who else wants to compete with me? His tone was full of disdain. His meaning was, whoever competes with me is competing with the Iron Blood Alliance. That means they're causing trouble for the Iron Blood Alliance. Naturally, I'll cause trouble for them. In an instant, the whole place was silent. Absolute silence. Among the forces present, there were many who were not weaker than the Iron Blood Alliance. But the Iron Blood Alliance was the kind of existence that no one wanted to provoke. It wasn't that the Iron Blood Alliance was very strong. It was just that there was a bottom line for people like them. At least, they had the demeanor of someone from a super sect. They belonged to the category of hooligans. Even if they couldn't kill them, they could disgust them to death. The most important thing, as long as you were targeted by the Iron Blood Alliance, you wouldn't be able to do anything smoothly in the future. They can even cause trouble for you when it comes to shit matters. If you were strong, they would scatter and not be able to catch up. However, the weaker ones would definitely be eaten clean by them, including their skin and bones. As for the location of the Iron Blood Alliance's headquarters, no one knew where it was, and there was no way to eliminate them. Facing such a group of people and organizations, it was really annoying. No one said a word. Hai Liubo frowned. Thinking about it, he finally decided to act up. It wasn't worth it to get into trouble with the Iron Blood Alliance over such a small matter. Although that piece of purple crystal jade essence was rare, to a super sect like the Sky Tower, it was still beneficial to get it. Xue Xian, who didn't care about the Iron Blood Alliance, looked at Chu Yang with interest. She wanted to see how Chu Yang would deal with this matter. Would he compromise? Or would he retaliate? Or would he have other options? Chu Yang frowned. This bastard finally came out to mess things up. The last person to enter frowned and looked at the Iron Blood Alliance. He muttered, Iron Blood Alliance? The Iron Blood Alliance is considered a shitty organization. If they were targeted by Yen Russian because of this, they would be finished. This guy really doesn't know what's good for him. She raised her head and blinked. She could almost feel the murderous aura emanating from Yen Russian's face as he watched them from above. He's really courting death. Yen Russian was furious. How dare he cause trouble here? Looks like the Heaven Imperial Court really needs to exterminate the bandits. If the Iron Blood Alliance actually caused Yen Russian's government to exterminate the bandits because of a forced sale, they would probably kneel down in front of Chu Yang. No matter how strong the Iron Blood Alliance was, they couldn't withstand a single blow from Yen Russian's government. To cause such trouble for no reason, it would be a catastrophe for the Iron Blood Alliance. But it was a pity that he didn't know what to do. The person from the Iron Blood Alliance looked at Chu Yang with a strong sense of oppression. He said, the Chu clan is small. I've already made a bid. Why aren't you saying anything? Hurry up and do what you have to do. Hurry up and start the countdown. Chu Yang laughed and said, since you're already married, you're part of the in-laws' family. Haha. When they heard this, everyone was stunned for a moment. Then they burst into laughter. This sentence was really a stroke of genius. Bid and married were two words that sounded exactly the same. Moreover, this guy had announced so loudly just now. Initially, no one had thought of anything else. However, Chu Yang's sudden mention of in-laws had ignited the fuse. Everyone was already unhappy with the way the Iron Blood Alliance did things. Now that someone stood up for them, how could they not take the opportunity to add insult to injury? Hence, the laughter was as loud as it could be. It was as sarcastic as it could be. It was as unpleasant as it could be. The face of the person from the Iron Blood Alliance turned purple. His long hair fluttered even though there was no wind. His blood-red robe also fluttered like waves. He glared at Chu Yang and said maliciously, Junior, I declare that you're finished. Chapter 1837. This person's slender eyes shot out a ferocious look. He sneered. Do you really think that mysterious expert will stand up for you? Who do you think you are? You're just an ant. This guy was not stupid. When Chu Yang said this, he immediately guessed where his confidence came from. Baidu search P.com. Chu Yang said lightly, then you can wait and see. Let's see if you're done for first. Or if I'm done for first. Let time prove whose words are more true. This person hesitated. Chu Yang's tone is too certain. His life is in danger at every turn. However, when he thought of the benefits of taking back such a large piece of purple crystal jade essence, his blood boiled. The sovereign had been waiting for this purple crystal jade essence for 3,000 years. The sovereign's East-rising purple chi mysterious technique only lacked a complete piece of purple crystal jade essence to reach the highest level. Compared to the current situation, what was a small risk? Moreover, he had brought less than 1 million purple cloud coins with him this time. Most of it was his own savings and not public funds. Moreover, looking at the auction of the purple crystal jade essence, 1 million was definitely not enough to stop it. If he did not do this, how could he get it? Did he really have to give up his life savings? If other sects won it and he went to rob it, then the hatred would be even greater. He might as well take this gamble. He smiled sinisterly and said, if that's the case, then I'll wait and see if you're done for, or I'm done for. Ha ha ha. He then shouted, fierce words are fierce words. An auction is an auction. I've been waiting for a long time now, but no one else has made a bid. The result is obvious. This piece of purple crystal jade essence is mine. We, the Iron Blood Alliance, aren't unreasonable people. But if anyone dares to obstruct us, then don't blame us for fighting to the death. This sentence was very tough, but also very shameless. It showed that he was using his power to oppress others, tearing away the last bit of cover. Many people snorted angrily. The words of the Iron Blood Alliance's man had obviously angered everyone. Xue Xian's eyes flashed. She wanted to stop him, but in the end she did not move. The Iron Blood Alliance was nothing to be afraid of. But was it worth it because of Chu Yang? Is this Chu Yang the same Chu Yang? Looking at his age, he seems to fit the criteria. If he is, then I must not allow him to harm Mo Qingwu's Dao heart. Might as well let the Iron Blood Alliance deal with it. Snow Immortal did not move. The others naturally wouldn't move either. It was one thing to be angry, but it was another thing to truly go against the Iron Blood Alliance, especially when there were no benefits to be gained and it was only a momentary dispute of personal feelings. The gains wouldn't make up for the losses. The person who had just come in wrinkled his brows tightly and looked at Chu Yang intently. He also wanted to see what choice Chu Yang would make. Chu Yang's approach was very generous. He smiled and said, "There was a small interlude just now. Now it's over." The last bidder, the Iron Blood Alliance, bid 100,000. Is there anyone else who wants to bid? 100,000 going once. 100,000 going twice. 100,000 going thrice. Sold. Bang! The gavel fell. Chu Yang looked at this person. He smiled faintly and said, "Sir, you can go and handle the formalities now. You'll pay, and I'll deliver the goods." He couldn't afford to skimp on the money. As for the future, it'll depend on your luck. This person laughed and said, "No matter what happens, the Iron Blood Alliance will take it on." A faintly discernible voice said, "Based on what you're saying, can I interpret it as the Iron Blood Union shouldering this matter? Regardless of the consequences, regardless of the cost." This person's heart skipped a beat. This voice came abruptly and was even more ethereal. The source of the voice was obviously in this hall, but he just couldn't tell where it came from. Not to mention him, even Snow Immortal and Hai Lianbo couldn't tell where this voice came from. But at this moment, he was like riding a tiger. He couldn't give in. He said in a low voice, "That's right. The Alliance Master needed this thing, so the Iron Blood Alliance naturally had to take it on. Now that the matter had been settled, any consequences and costs were worth bearing." That ethereal voice said, "Very good, very good, very good, very good." It said "very good" continuously, and then there was no more sound. Chu Yang said indifferently, "This auction house is the Chu clan's territory. Please leave your name." This person smiled strangely and said, "Since I've offended you, I might as well offend you all the way. I'm the third Alliance Master of the Iron Blood Alliance. I'll be the third greedy wolf, Gu Xinwu." As he said this, he waved his hand and laughed. He went to pay the money without asking. "Young, I heard that you're a doctor, and your medical skills are quite good, but it's a pity that you only look at men and can't do it. As the saying goes, you can't treat yourself if you can. After the auction, quickly go see your injuries. Otherwise, don't blame me for not reminding you when you die. This time it's because you didn't respect your elders, so I'll teach you a small lesson. If there's a next time, I'll slaughter your whole clan. Of all the things you shouldn't have done, you shouldn't have encouraged others to mock me." A stream of energy silently floated near. Chu Yang only felt pain in his chest, and his head was dizzy. He spat out a mouthful of blood. This greedy wolf, Gu Xinwu, actually did it. The reason was that Chu Yang's words of married had caused everyone to mock him. He didn't dare to offend so many people at the same time, but he didn't have too many scruples about Chu Yang, especially when he was so weak. Just as he said, "Since I've already confirmed my crime, I might as well offend him even more." Chu Yang's body shook. He chuckled and said, "Iron Blood Alliance. Iron Blood Alliance." He spat out another mouthful of blood. He hurriedly took a heavy pill to suppress the injury. He took a deep breath and instantly regained his composure. The 3 people of the Iron Blood Alliance had already disappeared without a trace. Chu Yang laughed and said, as if nothing had happened, "Now we'll begin the auction of the 4th item, a pair of yin-yang poisonous dragon eyes. The auction will be the same as before. No reserve price, the highest bidder wins." Chu Yang's tone was very calm. It seemed as if nothing had happened. He was still as elegant and graceful as before. He was still as skillful as ever. He stirred up the atmosphere. But with so many experts below, they all felt a chill in their hearts. If an ordinary person encountered such a situation, they would have already retreated in shame. But this guy in front of them had suffered such a huge loss, yet he could still continue to host the auction as if nothing had happened. He didn't even have the slightest bit of a strange expression. This was somewhat strange. Almost everyone had the same thought. This Chu Yang, he must have a backup plan. Of course, if there was no backup plan, then there would be no follow-up. Then, this meant that the mysterious guest might not exist. Then, Chu Yang was just a thick-skinned person without any morals. Let's see how this matter develops. Brother Hu was in the quiet room at the side, let out a low roar and silently chased out. Since he had the guts to cause trouble, he must have the consciousness to bear the consequences. But the price of accepting a loan, not everyone could afford it. That was all. The person who came later looked at Chu Yang, the corner of his mouth revealing a smile. He muttered, "Interesting, interesting. A very interesting little thing." Immediately, he also suddenly disappeared. An empty chair quietly appeared in the packed auction house. No one noticed when this person came, and no one noticed when this person left. Hai Lianbo transmitted his voice to Snow Immortal. "Immortal, what do you think will happen?" Snow Immortal smiled lightly between the two. But no matter what, this Chu Yang cannot be underestimated. As long as there is a certain amount of space and time to develop, he will not be a small thing. Hai Lianbo nodded in agreement. Men had their own pride and hot-bloodedness. It was already not easy for Chu Yang to endure now. If he could still do so in the future, then it would be even more precious for him to endure now. "Elder Hai, I have a faint premonition." Snow Immortal said lightly, "Iron Blood Alliance, this time they have really kicked an iron plate. I'm afraid they are going to be very unlucky." Hai Lianbo smiled bitterly. "I also feel the same. After being arrogant for so long, they're defeated. Justice is not in people's hearts, but strength. That's all." The rest of the auction process was very smooth. The 4th auction item, the yin-yang poisonous dragon eye, was sold by Chu Yang for 500,000 purple cloud dollars. The next item, the soul of the purple crystal, was sold for a sky-high price of 2 million purple cloud dollars for the dreamlike veranda. As for the last piece of starwood, it was sold to Hai Lianbo of the Lingxiao clan for 1,300,000 purple cloud dollars. Chu Yang also truly understood that in this Heaven Imperial Court, only strength was recognized, regardless of right or wrong. In terms of value and practicality, the starwood was undoubtedly more precious than the soul of the purple crystal. However, the soul of the purple crystal's price was much higher than the starwood's. Even that piece of purple crystal jade essence, if not for the Iron Blood Alliance's interference, its final price would probably be close to the starwood's. Although there were some complications along the way, Chu Yang was still very satisfied with the results of this auction. Even with the Iron Blood Alliance's interference, the total amount of purple cloud dollars obtained from this auction was still close to 1 million purple cloud dollars. This huge amount of wealth was enough for him to develop at ease in the Heaven Imperial Court. Even if he had to support tens of thousands of people, he would not have to worry about food and water for the next 100 years. Of course, that kind of extravagant cultivation of heavenly treasures was not included. Near the end of the auction, Chu Yang received 17 to 18 telepathic messages at the same time. These people all hoped that they could have a chat with Chu Yang after the auction ended. Among them were the two top figures of the dreamlike veranda and the Lingshao clan. They were not the only ones with good eyesight. There were also quite a number of other people who could tell the aptitude of those two youths. Naturally, there was no one who did not want such geniuses. Chu Yang's eyes darted around. His joyful expression disappeared, and his face was full of worry. He murmured, "Why are so many experts looking for me?" The speaker was not unintentional, but the listener was even more intentional. Chapter 1838. Chu Yang's voice was very low, but what were the cultivations of the people present? Even if it was 1,000 times lower, they could still hear it clearly. Everyone who had the same idea immediately became worried. When they looked at each other, they knew that there were so many people who had the same idea as them. They couldn't help but feel bad. Even when the two geniuses had been discovered, everyone had hoped that they had good foresight, that they would be able to recognize the talents and hope that they would be lucky. However, the reality was cruel. If you had good foresight, why couldn't others have good foresight as well? Now, there were too many wolves and too little meat. It was really awkward. Hai Lianbo suddenly stood up and said loudly, "Elder Hai Lianbo of Soaring Heaven faction invites little brother Chu to have a talk. What do you think?" With Hai Lianbo's high-profile appearance, the other small sects sighed sadly and completely gave up. With such a huge figure, what else could they compete for? Did they dare to compete? Of course, there were also some big sects who didn't give up. We're indeed not as good as Soaring Heaven faction, but we're not weak either. Besides, the conditions that we offer may not be worse than Soaring Heaven factions. Dreamlike Mundane World Pavilion and Elder Hai Lianbo of Firmament Spiritual Mountain would like to have a talk with Brother Chu at the same time. What do you think? Since both sides had decided to form an alliance, Shuexian naturally had to help Hai Lianbo. Besides, she still had to figure out Chu Yang's identity. She had to show up. With Shuexian's appearance, the other big sects also gave up and didn't dare to be rash. If it was only Hai Lianbo alone, everyone still had some confidence to compete. But now, Dreamlike Mundane World Pavilion had also shown up. They also expressed their stance and joined forces with Soaring Heaven faction. Then, the rest of the people had no hope at all. Although everyone was unwilling, they could only swallow their anger. Facing two big figures at the same time was definitely not a joke. Chu Yang smiled happily in his heart and said, "Seniors, let's meet in the back hall later." Everything was under control. Everything was going according to plan. Everything was as planned. Divine Dr. Chu is really resourceful. It's only been a few days since you broke through the void and came up here, but you've already built up a large business in Xixia City and even gained the favor of the city lord here. Now he had become the hall master of the Heavenly Armament Auction House, and this was his first auction transaction. This set an astonishing record. The rare treasures displayed are even more eye-opening. I believe that even if this achievement isn't unprecedented, it's enough to show disdain for the current generation. Hai Lianbo had an amiable look on his face. He was smiling as he gave his New Year's greetings. But he revealed Chu Yang's background in just a few sentences. This was not surprising at all. With Hai Pengbo's status and influence, it was very easy for him to find out Chu Yang's details. He didn't even need to speak. He only needed to give a look, and a large number of people would investigate everything clearly. In the end, they all came to him. As a newcomer to the imperial court, to be able to achieve such accomplishments, this old man is extremely impressed. However, there's one thing that I don't quite understand, and I hope that little brother can clear it up for me. Hai Pengbo stroked his beard and said lightly, "Logically speaking, this auction shouldn't have landed in your hands." Hai Pengbo's eyes, which were deep in his eye sockets, shot out a sharp light. he said lightly, "there are quite a number of qualified auction houses in this heavenly imperial court. In this Xixia city, it's enough to find hundreds of houses. Why did it have to be you? And you haven't even been auctioned before." Chu Yang was stunned. This great elder Hai's face changed too quickly. The first sentence was still praising him for being young and promising, and the second sentence became a blatant interrogation. However, this sentence was very reasonable. Even if the mysterious person who took out these rare treasures really couldn't come out personally and wanted to hand over some matters. But when it came to choosing, even if there were 10,000 rounds, it still wouldn't be Chu Yang's turn. However, such a great thing just had to land in his hands. What was the reason? Chu Yang knew that if he were in Hai Pingbo's shoes, he would also ask, and he would also ask so directly. This question not only pointed to the crux of the problem, but also cut off Chu Yang's chance to change the topic. He didn't even have time to think about other answers and had to answer directly. In this way, the chances of it being the real answer were naturally the highest. Even if it wasn't the real answer, it would definitely be very close to the real answer. Xuexian, who was at the side, looked at Chu Yang without blinking, obviously also waiting for the answer to this question. Why you? Why me? At this moment, he naturally could not answer this question. However, this question was really not easy to answer, because if he didn't answer well, all the things that Chu Yang had done before would all go down the drain, and even a great danger would descend. This matter does indeed have a hidden story behind it. Chu Yang made up his mind and said, "Elder Hai asked directly, so I might as well tell you the whole story. Anyway, everyone is a part of the Eastern Royal Heaven, and this auction is actually entrusted by someone, and from there it's a thread." Entrusted by someone? Thread the needle? Hai Pengbo smiled and said, "I wonder who that person is? Where is he now?" This old man is all ears. Elder Hai Xuexian, what I'm about to say may be a little beyond common sense, but it's something that I've personally experienced. Whether the two of you believe it or not, this is the truth. I'll say it first, and I hope the two of you won't take offense. Chu Yang said very sincerely, "Little brother, you can say it one by one. The two of us naturally believe that you won't casually make up a story to fool us. This old man and Xuexian have been honed for countless years, and it's not like we can't tell the truth from the lies," Elder Hai said in a low voice, but the meaning in his voice was already faintly discernible. "It's like this. Some time ago, a patient fell from the sky, and it's really a person who fell from the sky." Chu Yang revealed a very awkward expression and pointed to the sky. Xuexian and Hai Pengbo looked at each other and nodded. The matter of a patient falling from the sky was certainly very sudden. Only a few people knew about it. However, it wasn't that no one knew about it, and these two people had already known that such a strange thing had happened in Chu Yang's place. In fact, any bit of strange information in Purple Cloud City within a year had been collected by these two big sections. Now that the soul-suppressing stone ruins was involved, any little clue could be of great use, and intelligence naturally ranked first. So a person falling from the sky, this kind of thing that sounded absolutely inconceivable to ordinary people, was a matter of course in the ears of these two people. This junior has some experience in medical skills, and in the spirit of a doctor's benevolence, I tried my best to save this patient and luckily saved him. It was this patient who gradually recovered after recuperating for a period of time and introduced me to this business. Chu Yang's words gave people a subtle feeling that he was holding back a lot. But one thing was certain. This patient was definitely not an ordinary person. Hai Pengbo's face became serious, and he asked softly, "May I ask who this patient is? Where is he now?" Chu Yang frowned. "In fact, I also don't know his identity, and he didn't mention it until he left." As he said, he suddenly realized something and said, "Oh, right, before he left me a jade pendant." Jade pendant? Hai Pengbo and Xuexian asked at the same time. "Yes." Chu Yang put his hand into his chest and said, I don't know his identity, but this jade pendant is a very exquisite thing." Before he finished speaking, his hand had already reached out. In his palm there was a jade pendant. This jade pendant was sparkling in green and looked very cute. Yen Rushin never asked for his jade pendant back after he gave it to Chuyang. At this moment, he took it out to use the tiger skin as a banner. Hai Pengbo reached out and took it, and saw two big words engraved on the surface of the jade pendant. Oath! Oath! Xue Xian exhaled a long breath. She and Hai Pengbo's expressions became serious. On the back of the jade pendant, there were 8 words written vertically. "A monarch's oath is the foundation of standing." There were 4 small words. "A word is as heavy as a mountain." At the bottom, there was an almost unrecognizable symbol. It was very blurry, but when Hai Pengbo and Xue Xian saw that special symbol, their expressions changed instantly. Obviously, when they saw the words and the symbol, they already knew who this patient was and what his identity was. It was him. It was actually him. But how did the number 1 general of the Oath Division get so seriously injured? And he even fell from the sky and landed in the geographically remote Xixia city. Hai Pengbo and Xue Xian looked at each other, and they both felt that it was a little unbelievable and puzzling. Speaking of which, in terms of their cultivation, both of them were higher than Yen Rushin, and in Xue Xian's case, she was more than 1 level higher. Not only were the 2 of them prominent in their respective sects, but even in the entire Heaven Imperial Court, they could also be ranked as high-ranking figures. However, Yen Rushin was a government official, compared to the city lord of Purple Cloud City. Although he was also a member of the government, Elder Hai and the other 2 would still give him some face, but they might not really take him seriously. If they really had something important to do, they would completely ignore him. But if the person was Yen Rushin, the 2 of them could not be mentioned in the same breath. They were 2 completely different things, because in addition to being a government official, Yen Rushin was also the number 1 general in charge of the Oath Division. This kind of identity was close to the center. If necessary, Yen Rushin's words could definitely reach the ears of Emperor Donghuang. This was serious. This kind of identity was enough to make the 2 of them take him 1,000 times more seriously. Who would have thought that it was Yen Rushin who stepped forward and introduced that mysterious guest? Did that mean that this person was actually a government official? When they thought of this, a strange feeling arose in their hearts. Chapter 1839. While they were talking in the auction hall, something happened outside. Originally from P, after successfully obtaining the purple crystal jade essence, the Iron Blood Alliance's 3rd leader, Greedy Wolf Gu Xenwu, didn't stay any longer. He chose to leave immediately. In order to obtain this piece of purple crystal jade essence, the Iron Blood Alliance had become the target of public criticism in the auction house. Those super sects did not make a move now, but that did not mean that they would not make a move after the auction ended. Once he made a move, he would have to bear the consequences. Therefore, Gu Xianwu immediately left. Right now, the remaining 3 auction items were attracting everyone's attention, creating an opportunity for Gu Xinwu to escape. In fact, when Gu Xianwu attacked Chuyang just now, his initial plan was to be ruthless. Even if Chuyang didn't die, he would be seriously injured. But the moment he attacked, Gu Xianwu changed his mind. If anything happened to Chuyang, or even if he was seriously injured, this auction would be over immediately. At that time, he really wouldn't be able to leave. So he pulled back at the last moment, and only caused Chuyang to suffer some internal injuries. No matter how good his plans were, no matter how perfect they couldn't compare to the speed of change. This piece of purple crystal jade essence had to be returned as soon as possible. If the Grand Alliance Master could use this piece of purple crystal jade essence to break through the barrier of the heavenly tier, then the overall strength of the Iron Blood Alliance would rise to another level. In other words, they would no longer have to fear anything. However, just as Gu Xenwu had thought, the plan could not keep up with the changes. He had just turned a corner and was about to return to the Jean family when a green figure suddenly appeared in front of him without a sound. "You want to leave just like that?" The man's beard fluttered as he smiled at him. "What, are you afraid?" On the roof, something that looked like a little white cat quietly crouched down. "Oh my God, this person seems to be very strong. Master, whose cultivation hasn't fully recovered yet. So I'm not this person's opponent. Who are you?" Guexan Wu asked cautiously. Although he had not been able to see through his opponent, his intuition told him that the person in front of him was extremely powerful. "Well, you don't deserve to know who I am. You just need to know. I don't like the sight of you. Furthermore, I really like that piece of purple crystal jade essence." The green-robed old man's robes fluttered as he spoke. This person's words were very straightforward. In an instant, their opposing positions were clear, and there was no room for reconciliation. "You like it?" Gu Xianwu's eyes flashed with a cold light. "There are many people who like this jade marrow. So what if you like it? The purple crystal jade essence is right here. Let's see if you have the ability to take it away." Gu Xinwu instantly pushed his cultivation to the peak, since there was no way to resolve this peacefully. Therefore, he had no choice but to settle everything by force. The green-robed old man nodded in agreement. He sighed and said, "This sentence is very reasonable." Suddenly his body floated. A hand stretched out in front of her. Looking at his posture, he actually wanted to strangle Gu Xanwu. Gu Xinwu almost laughed out loud. Was this guy looking for death? Only he had the guts to use such a crude method. He had overestimated the strength of the person in front of him. It was nothing more than that. This thought had just flashed through his mind. Then it was followed by endless shock. Even the other two companions beside him were shocked to the point of insanity, because the three of them had discovered at the same time that the moment the old man made his move, the air around them had become tight and inseparable. The three of them couldn't move. They couldn't even blink their eyes. They could only watch as the broad right hand stretched out in front of them at an extremely slow speed. Then it easily grabbed Gu Xanwu's neck. Then Gu Xanwu's entire body was lifted up by that person. His feet were off the ground. At this moment, Gu Xanwu was like a dried, salted fish. The green-robed old man held Gu Xanwu with one hand and sighed. "To be honest, I really don't want to rob you. So I'll give you a chance now. Give me the purple crystal jade essence. I won't rob you, but if someone is willing to give it to me, that's another matter." Gu Xanwu's eyes widened in grief and indignation. His two legs kicked helplessly in the air. If it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't move and didn't dare to move, he would have spat out a mouthful of blood. "Isn't this robbing? Willing to give it to you." The level of shamelessness in these words was really at the peak of perfection. "Are you willing to give it to me? Why aren't you saying anything? Are you silently agreeing?" The green-robed old man asked amiably. As he spoke, he loosened his grip on the three people. Gu Xanwu's feet landed on the ground again. He gasped for air. That feeling of suffocation almost made him collapse. But the ferocity that had been cultivated for a long time was deeply ingrained. He opened his eyes wide and cursed. "Give it to you? Who do you think you are?" Before he could finish, the old man stretched out his hand again and easily grabbed his neck again. Then, pa 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 pa. A flurry of slapping sounds rang out one after another like a violent storm. Gu Xanwu's head swayed back and forth with the slaps. It was very rhythmic and crisp. Then the old man put him down. He grabbed his neck with one hand and exerted a little force. "Kacha!" Gu Xanwu suddenly realized that his entire face was facing backwards. His head had turned at least 180 degrees. Gu Xanwu did something that most people in the world couldn't do. Because he could see his own back from the front. He could even clearly see his own, but "Are you willing to give it to me now?" The green-robed old man said softly, I'm a law-abiding person. I've never broken the law. I've never stolen or robbed. Really? Guexanwu was about to cry. What was this situation? Why did he meet such a pervert? What kind of person was this? His head was still facing backwards. Huh? My head has clearly been twisted to the back. Why am I still not dead? Don't worry. You won't die for now. Why would I casually kill people? The green-robed old man said kindly, Hey, I'm asking you a question. Hurry up and answer me. I'm old. My patience isn't good. Guexanwu finally collapsed. I'll give it to you. The green-robed old man let out a sigh of relief. Really? Are you sincere? Don't force yourself. Guexanwu nodded. Really? Really? Not forced at all. He was surprised to find that even though his head was twisted backwards, he could still nod. Holy shit, this was an indescribable miracle. And are you saying that you're willing to give it to me? Is it like this? The green-robed old man said worriedly, I don't want you to force yourself at all. Really? Guexanwu cried. He had no choice but to cry when meeting this kind of person. You restrained me and made me unable to move. First you beat me up and twisted my neck backwards. Then you said that you weren't willing to force me. Why was this matter so strange? Boss, don't play with me like this. I'm willing to give it to you. Really? Guexanwu said with tears. Since you're willing, why are you crying? Are you touched? The green-robed old man said unhappily. You're an adult now, but you don't know how to do things. You don't even know how to smile? Guexanwu quickly revealed a smile that was uglier than crying. I'm really willing to give it to you. Your smile isn't up to standard. This old man really minds. This old man won't accept it. The green-robed old man said seriously. Guexanwu really wanted to die. You're here to rob me, but you actually said, this old man won't accept it. As if I'm in a hurry to give it to you. The old man said angrily, You're making me feel very uncomfortable. It's like I'm forcing you. Hurry up and adjust yourself. Smile more amiably, more kindly, more warmly. There's no need to be warmly. What Guexanwu wanted to do the most was to cry out loud. Under these circumstances, how the hell am I supposed to be relaxed, warm, and kind? Do you fucking want to play me to death? Oh, I forgot. You're still facing backwards. The old man said lightly. Kacha! Guexanwu's neck was twisted again. It was actually facing forwards, back to its original position. Oh no, it wasn't back to its original position. Because when he twisted it, it was twisted to the right. Now that he twisted it back, it was still twisted to the right. In other words, Guexanwu's neck was completely twisted, a full 310 degrees, and then it returned to its original position. Yes, it was the position, not the position. Right now, Guexanwu's neck was in the shape of a fried dough twist. It also looked like a fried dough stick. Hurry up and smile like I said. Then express your sincerity and willingness to give it to me. Don't waste my time. Do you think everyone is as free as you? Hurry up. The green-robed old man scolded unhappily. Guexanwu closed his eyes and resisted the urge to cry out loud in his heart. He forced himself to gather his emotions, and then his swollen face revealed a flattering smile like a dog. Senior, this purple crystal jade essence, I'm giving it to you with all my sincerity. It's just a small token of my appreciation. I hope Senior won't dislike it. The green-robed old man said angrily, Why aren't you willing? Did I force you? Say it again and add the words willing. I'm not robbing you. Guexanwu had completely collapsed. He put on a flattering smile again and nodded his head. Senior, this purple crystal jade essence is something I'm willing to give to you. Yes, that's more like it. The green-robed old man took the purple crystal jade essence from Guexanwu with satisfaction. He turned around to leave, but then he turned back. Right, do you think I'm bullying you? Guexanwu cried, No, Definitely not. Yes, then I didn't force you, right? Definitely not. Definitely not. Chapter 1840. That's good. There's still a lot of good people in this world. The old man in green sighed. I just came out for a stroll, and someone was willing to give me a piece of purple crystal jade essence that weighs 1,700 pounds. This young man has a bright future. Guexayan really wanted to spit on this shameless person's face. Just came out for a stroll? Willing to give it to you. There are so many good people. Why didn't anyone give it to me? Guexayan was crying. The old man turned around and left. Senior. Guexayan was anxious and hurriedly called out. What? The old man in green turned around and frowned. My neck. Guexayan pointed at his twisted neck, tears flowing down. My neck was twisted. You actually want to leave without letting me recover. What's wrong with your neck? The old man in green looked at him in surprise. This kind of standard twisted neck, other people can't even get it. What's wrong with you? Are you blaming your father for not giving birth to you? No, no, no. Guexayan knelt down. Please have mercy on me, Senior. There's really no other way. The old man in green flashed. Pa! A crisp sound rang out. Brother who was on the roof, could bet that this sound would definitely spread through the entire city and reach 10 miles away. A quick slap landed on Guexayan's face. This slap was aimed to the left. Gu Xinwu's head was flung out like a ball on a string. His neck actually twisted at this moment, as if it had unlimited elasticity. It lengthened in a straight line and brought his head around in the air. Gotcha! It returned to its original position. However, the old man in green in front of him had already disappeared. At this moment, Guexayan finally let out a heart-wrenching scream. No matter if it was the beating or the twisting of his neck, the whole process. He actually didn't feel any pain at all. Until now, all the accumulated pain suddenly burst out. For a moment, tears flowed down his face, and he was in so much pain that he wanted to die. But it had to be said that Guexayan's neck was originally similar to a normal person's. But after this incident, it directly turned into a giraffe. It actually increased his height by 1/2 foot. A sigh came from the sky. At such an age, she actually grew. Puberty is really late. She developed really late. Guexayan let out a heart-wrenching scream. It was so painful. The two masters beside him didn't dare to make a sound. They carried Guexayan on their backs with pale faces. He disappeared like a wisp of smoke. Guexayan was extremely sad. Until now, he still thought that the other party was here to rob him. But he didn't expect this at all. He had encountered such misfortune because he had offended Chuyang, brother, whose eyes twitched as he watched from the rooftop. This old man is really strong. He was simply too strong. Even if Brother Tiger's cultivation was fully recovered, he was afraid that he wouldn't even be able to withstand one of his hands. Wasn't this a little too high? However, who is this old man? No one would know about this, since Guexayan had already been taught a lesson. Brother, who didn't want to take any more risks. Just as he was about to turn around and go back, he suddenly let out a meow and widened his eyes. The purple crystal jade essence that had clearly been taken away by the old man had been placed behind his, but at some point, it was emitting a sparkling purple light. This old man had tormented the purple crystal jade essence that people had willingly given out, but he didn't want it. He threw it behind his butt. What was going on? Brother, whose eyes widened. He felt even more confused. No matter who this old man was, it seemed that his real goal was to teach Guexayan a lesson. He didn't want the purple crystal jade essence. In addition, this old man had already discovered him long ago. He also knew that he had come for the purple crystal energy. So he placed the purple crystal jade essence beside him, brother, who was confused for a while. Then he shook his head. No matter who it is, this purple crystal jade essence is good stuff. Looking at the purple crystal jade essence in front of him, brother, who was really hesitant, should he give it back to Chuyang? Or should he just fill his own pockets? Humph, he had already sold it. Now someone gave it to me. Isn't that the same as me dropping it? Thinking of this, brother, who felt refreshed, he opened his mouth with a clear conscience. Wow! For claws hugged the purple crystal jade essence. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A cloud of mist rose. In the next moment, the entire purple crystal jade essence had disappeared. All that was left was a gray powder. Brother, who wiped his mouth and disappeared with satisfaction. After it disappeared, the old man in green suddenly appeared in the air. He landed at Brother, whose previous position, and frowned. What kind of spirit beast is this? How come I have never seen it before? It's really interesting. My original intention was to let this guy take the purple crystal jade essence back, but this guy actually ate it. Brother, who had completely misunderstood the old man's intentions. The old man had snatched it back to give it back to Chu Yang. After all, Gu Exen, who had been forced to buy it. The old man didn't want to take advantage of it. It just so happened that this little kitten had followed Chu Yang's trail, so he let it take it back. But he didn't expect that Brother who would treat it as an ownerless item and eat it at lightning speed in the auction hall. Hai Lianbo was in a bit of a dilemma. Since he introduced it, then there shouldn't be any problem with this transaction. We won't ask any more. There must be a reason for General Yan's actions. Hai Xiaobo was a little embarrassed. After asking so many questions, he ended up asking about the authorities. It was as if he had used all his strength to punch a mountain that could not be shaken. The officials of the Eastern Royal Heavens had always been wary of such things. At this point, Chu Yang heaved a sigh of relief. The battle had been won. As long as these two people believed it, it basically meant that everyone believed it. And from now on, no one would dare to find trouble with this auction hall. Well, at least for the time being. It was no wonder that Chu Yang was so careful and cautious. What he was holding up now was just an empty shell. He really didn't have any confidence. Yes, thank you, Divine Dr. Chu, for telling us frankly and resolving our doubts. It's just that Shuexian and I have another matter to discuss with you. Hai Min-bo heaved a sigh of relief. In addition to recovering his previous amiability, there was more caution in his tone. Originally, he thought that he was just going to mention this matter. If Chu Yang didn't know what was good for him and didn't agree, then he might as well take him away by force. But now, it seemed that it was impossible to take him away by force. Not to mention other things, if Yen Russian knew that Hai Lianbo used such a forceful method on his savior, he definitely wouldn't let him go easily. Yen Russian represented the official power behind him. Even if it was just Yen Russian's influence, even Hai Lianbo would have to think twice before provoking them. The most important thing was that it wasn't worth provoking such a power. Chu Yang said, "Elder, you're too polite. May I know what you want to discuss? Please say it. As long as it's within my ability, I won't let you down." Yes, the second battle had begun. A big fish was about to take the bait. Chu Yang's words were respectful, and his face was gentle. But in his heart he felt like a fisherman who saw a big fish swallowing the bait. "I'll kill you." Hai Lianbo pondered for a while and decided to be honest. He said in a low voice, "During the auction, there were two young men in white who went up the stage with swords. I want to take them in as my younger brothers. I wonder if Divine Dr. Chu is willing to part with them." Chu Yang's eyes instantly lit up. He said, "Take them in as my younger brothers? Elder, do you mean to take them in as disciples of Soaring Heaven faction?" Yes, that's right." Hai Lianbo was a little surprised. Why is Divine Dr. Chu so excited? But no matter what, it doesn't seem like he's unwilling. Great Elder Hai was worried about personal gains and losses at this moment. He was afraid that Chu Yang would reject him, which would put him in a dilemma and make him unable to choose. Chu Yang's face was full of excitement. He laughed and said this, "Elder Hai, since you like them, it's naturally their blessing. But since you want to take them in as your younger brothers, there's no harm in taking a few more, right?" Hai Lianbo said subconsciously, "Yes, there's no harm in it, but their aptitudes must be okay. If they're too bad, He thought, what's wrong with this guy? Why can't I see what he's going to do? What's going on? Haha, that's good. That's great. Chu Yang said fervently, Elder Hai, my aptitudes are okay, right? Can I also be taken in as a disciple of Soaring Heaven faction? You. Hai Lianbo was stunned by Chu Yang's sudden self-recommendation. He didn't expect that Chu Yang would suddenly say such a thing. Although he had some understanding of Chu Yang's background and recent experiences, he didn't have any direct impression of Chu Yang's strength and aptitudes. Until now, he still didn't. He had carefully checked Chu Yang's aptitudes. Elder Hai took a casual glance and saw that there wasn't much spiritual energy gathered around great, divine Dr. Chu. He roughly judged that this person's aptitudes were very limited. If it was in normal times, he would directly refuse. But now that he had a request, he couldn't directly refuse. He frowned and said, It's our honor the divine Dr. Chu values our faction so much. Divine Doctor, please extend your hand. Let me see if your aptitudes are suitable, he thought. If it's okay, it's also not bad to take in Soaring Heaven faction. At least I can take in 2 more geniuses. This deal isn't a loss. Even if it's a little rubbish, I'll accept it. At least this divine Dr. Chu is Yen Russian's savior. He's very useful. Not to mention that he has good medical skills. Yes, he specializes in curing diseases. Chu Yang happily stretched out his hand. Elder Hai, you're good looking, right? When I was down there, many people said that I'm a genius among geniuses. My cultivation speed is amazingly fast. If you take me in, I'll definitely be able to bring Soaring Heaven faction to greater heights. Before he could finish his words, he saw Hyaming Bo's face change color. Chapter 1841. Hai Xiaobo was still feeling Chu Yang's pulse with one hand. Without any warning, his eyes bulged out. If not for his eye sockets, his eyeballs would have definitely flown out. His mouth also flattened without a care for his image. The muscles on his face changed so much that even his nose was crooked to one side. It was obvious that he had received a huge shock. Shuexian frowned and thought, Could it be that Chu Yang's aptitude is so strong that it defies the natural order? Even Hai Xiaobo is so shocked. If that's the case, his aptitude is definitely not inferior to Mo Qing Wu's. If that's the case, how can I let the Soaring Firmament faction take advantage of him? Can't my dreamlike veranda accept a disciple? But why can't I see it? Why can't I see any signs of gathering spiritual energy? Could it be that it's the kind of hidden potential that needs to be checked? It must be so. Otherwise, Hai Xiaobo wouldn't be so shocked. Thinking of this, Shuexian waved her snow-white sleeve. Her slender hand also touched Chu Yang's pulse. She used her martial energy to check. Immediately, Shuexian's delicate body trembled. Her pair of bright phoenix eyes also opened wide. Her small mouth also opened wide and couldn't close. That way, there wasn't much difference between him and Elder Hai. Shocking, truly shocking. It was really too shocking. Chu Yang said proudly, How is it? Shocking, right? My aptitude has shocked you, right? With my aptitude, no matter if I enter the dreamlike veranda or the Soaring Firmament faction, I'll definitely be the most important disciple. I'll tell you a little more. My cultivation speed is extremely fast. I can definitely reach the highest level in the shortest time. Really, I'm not boasting. Hai Xiaobo and Shuexian stared blankly at someone's mouth opening and closing. They just couldn't understand what they were feeling. He's trashed to this extent. Trashed to this extent. To think that he was still blowing his own trumpet. Bragging as if his life depended on it. Fuck! The two cursed in their hearts at the same time. I can't take it anymore. I really can't take it anymore. With your aptitude, you actually want to become a core disciple? Important disciple? Important disciple. If that's really the case, isn't it the same as wasting money? Bah! It would be better to hit the water and float. At least there would be a sound when hitting the water. You might even be able to make some splashes, But with your aptitude, even if all the elixirs in the entire Heaven Imperial Court were to be used on you, you would never be able to become an expert in this lifetime. Accepting you as a disciple would be a disgrace that would be unprecedented, 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 and unprecedented, until the seas dried up and the rocks crumbled, the sky fell, and the earth cracked. I really didn't expect. Haiming Bo let go of his hand and sighed. There is actually such a talent in this world. I really didn't expect this. I really didn't expect. Shuexian also retracted her hand. He sighed as well. The heavens have created a miracle. Sure enough, it's a work of the gods. Nothing is too strange. How is it? Chu Yang asked hopefully, Masters, who do you intend to make me worship under? If you really find me pleasing to the eye, I don't mind if you both take me as your disciple. But we mind. This was what both of them were thinking at this moment. Cough, cough. With your aptitude, little brother, you're a genius. It would be more suitable for you to become Old Hai's disciple. After all, our sect is a female-oriented sect. Taking you in would only delay your talent, Shuexian said hurriedly. She could not let go of her words at this juncture. If these words were heard by others, they might be shocked to the core. The dignified, dreamlike veranda, the most proud and arrogant dreamlike veranda, actually admitted that it was inferior to a certain sect. However, at this moment, it was already a critical moment for him to decide whether he would die or not. Shuexian didn't even blink and pushed the Soaring Cloud faction out. No, no, no. Hai Pengbo shook his head repeatedly, seeing that Shuexian didn't care about loyalty. He was so anxious that sweat almost appeared on his forehead. With my little cultivation, how can I be Brother Chu's master? Such a great talent. Only a senior like Shuexian is qualified to teach him. In the path of cultivation, the one who reaches the top is the most important. It's not that I don't want to, but I'm really afraid of delaying Brother Chu's future. He didn't expect Elder Hai to be so shameless. Although his cultivation wasn't as good as Shuexian's, the two of them were of the same generation. In order to get rid of someone, he directly defined Shuexian as a senior. This sacrifice was really big. At this point, both of them looked at each other fiercely. At the same time, they cursed in their hearts. This bastard really doesn't care about loyalty. Then, Chu Yang was full of hope as he said, Who should I follow? This choice is too difficult. This is a heaven-sent opportunity, but it gave me two choices. It's too difficult for me to follow my brother's love and lose my sister-in-laws. It's too difficult for you. Both of them lowered their heads in pain. Follow who? No matter who you fucking follow, you're destined to be a super useless snack. Not to mention giving you cultivation resources. Even giving you a mouthful of food would be a super waste. That's simply a crime. A crime against the clan. A crime against cultivation. Shuexian had completely given up on him. She heard from Mo Qinggu that this Chu Yang's cultivation speed was super fast. Sigh, if it's such a super fast cultivation method, he's indeed a genius. Without a doubt, he's a super genius who's second to none among the trash. He's worthy of the title of a peerless king among the trash. Cough, cough, cough. Hai Lianbo coughed for a long time before he said, that, Divine Dr. Chu, you cough, cough, cough. Your aptitude is a bit special. Special? Chu Yang said in surprise, Is it super good? It must be. Hai Lianbo looked up at the sky with grief and indignation. He took 3 deep breaths and said, Yes, but it's super good. But we really can't accept you as a disciple. It's because your aptitude is too good. I'm afraid that you'll be held back if you follow us. I've thought about it. Not only me. Even Shuexian isn't qualified to teach you. Hai Lianbo's tone was very respectful. He even used you. He couldn't be disrespectful. Damn it. Hai Lianbo scolded angrily in his heart. It's really an auspicious trip this time. I can actually meet such a genius that only appears once in 30 million years. How can I not be respectful? If I don't respect him, what if he sticks to me? This is a big matter that will bring shame to the clan and the entire Lingxiao clan. So what if it was a personal honor? Damn it, such a physique is simply a super character that has never appeared in the history of mankind. When I meet such a person, I can't help but admire the wonders of God's creation from the bottom of my heart. Hold me back? Chu Yang said thoughtfully, "It seems that my aptitude is really amazing." Yes, it had never been seen before in all of history. You're definitely the only one in the world. Hai Lianbue's words were definitely from the bottom of his heart. Ha ha ha. Chu Yang laughed heartily from the bottom of his heart. He laughed heartily. Xue Xian's mouth couldn't help but twitch, then twitch again, then twitch again. Finally, she couldn't help but turn her head away. It was really unbearable. Normally, Xue Xian would have directly turned hostile when Elder Hai said that he wasn't qualified. But now, she'd better take a break. She even had to accept Elder Hai's kindness, as long as she could get rid of this super troublesome problem. So what if he wasn't qualified? But, in other words, to successfully train such a genius. It seemed that she really wasn't qualified. It wasn't slander. Chu Yang, who had enjoyed the supreme evaluation, decided very straightforwardly, "Men come. Let Jin Feng and Yin Feng come in. Oh, let them all come in. There's no room for selection with only 2 people. Oh, right, remember to let the girls come in as well." The dreamlike secular veranda focuses on female disciples. As he spoke, he turned to Xue Xian and Hai Mingbo and said, "To be honest, I have a lot of such kids here. If the 2 of you like them, you can choose a few more. It's just that 2 of them are really not presentable." He sighed and said, "I'm only giving you 2 people because the 2 of you came. I, Chu Yang, am also a person who wants face. I really can't afford to lose face like this." Hai Mingbo and Xue Xian's mouth twitched. "You're fucking bullshit. It's already a great blessing for the sect to meet one of such geniuses. This time, we've met 2 of them at once. This is already unprecedented. You actually want us to choose a few more? Do you think they're cabbages? If it weren't for those 2 kids, if it weren't for your good luck of having Yen Russian as your backer, just based on the fact that your trashy physique has dirted our eyes, you'd have died 10 times over. You actually can't afford to lose face like this with your talent. You still want face? Face?" I lean back and lean back and lean back and lean back and lean back. I was truly speechless, but his mouth was full of promises. Of course, if there's someone with suitable talent, we naturally can't ask for anything more. It's good to have a few more choices. As he spoke, there was a commotion outside. Then, someone said, "Clan Master, they're here. Shall we let them in?" "Yes, all of them come in," Chu Yang said arrogantly. Then, light footsteps were heard. 5 young men and 5 young ladies in white walked in one by one, with their heads lowered. They were all about 11 or 12 years old. The oldest one was definitely not more than 13 or 14 years old. Although it could not be said that all of them were very handsome, at the very least, their small faces were rosy and healthy. As the 10 of them walked in, Xue Xian and Hai Mingbo could clearly feel that the spiritual energy in the living room was slowly becoming active. Just this spiritual energy, fluctuation alone was enough to prove that there were quite a few of these kids who were out of the ordinary. Yes, could there really be a few of them with great potential? The 2 put down their teacups and turned to look. Chu Yang introduced attentively, "Seniors, please take a look at my 5 brothers and sisters. How are their talents? I think their talents should be quite good. Even if they're not as good as me, they should be the best." Hai Mingbo and Xue Xian didn't speak, because they were shocked again, because they were already so shocked that they couldn't say a word. They almost suspected that they were dreaming. No, even if they were dreaming, they definitely wouldn't have such a beautiful dream. This dream was too beautiful. It was too unreal. Chapter 1842. 10 people, 5 men and 5 women. What kind of talent was this? Not a single one of them was talented. They were all geniuses. They could even be called geniuses among geniuses. This wasn't some super sect. Even in super sects, geniuses like these weren't common, let alone appearing in groups. Update P. They originally came for the 2 people they saw at the beginning, but now there were 10. And all 10 of them were so outstanding. They ignored Chu Yang's words and filtered them out. Not as good as you. Not as good as you. This really was the biggest joke in the world, the great tang of the world. The men are yours. The women are mine. Xue Xian made a prompt decision and sent a message to Hai Yongbua. She had to admit that with higher cultivation, more experience, Xue Xian immediately gave a conclusion that would make both sides happy. Hai Yongbua's old face was already completely red. Excited. Heavens. Earth. 5. There were actually 5 of them. Ling Xiao Chapter had really struck gold this time. Ling Xiao Chapter was stepping into the ranks of the top super sects. They were no longer le duo. In at most 100 years, Ling Xiao Chapter would definitely enter the ranks of the top super sections. It wasn't impossible for them to enter the top 3. The reason why they didn't dare to say they could become the number 1 sect was because Dreamlike Mortal World Pavilion had also received 5 super geniuses of the same level. Cough, cough, my brothers and sisters. Do the 2 seniors think they're all right? Are they qualified to enter the 2 sects? Chu Yang asked with a smile. Yes, yes. They're simply too good. Hai Yongbua's eyes lit up and he said repeatedly, and this is Chu Jinfeng, this is Chu Yinfeng. This is Chu Qingfeng, Chu Tongfeng, Chu Taifeng. And this sister is Chu Rofeng. This is Chu Yaofeng. This is Chu Wanfeng. Chu Xiufeng. Chu Xianfeng. Chu Yang introduced them one by one. Hai Yongbua and Xue Xian frowned speechlessly. What kind of names were these? Why were they all Feng? Did you have a special liking for wind? Why were all of your family members named Feng? Not bad, not bad. All of them are good names. The 2 laughed dryly and praised insincerely. Well, the 10 of you listen carefully. These 2 seniors are the experts of the experts. Today they are showing great kindness and want to take you as their disciples. From now on, you will be able to live a good life and drink good wine. Chu Yang's eyebrows were smiling as he said, It can be said that I have found a way out in my life. Look at what she was saying. We're not the kings of the mountains. What did it mean to eat and drink well? And what does carefree and happy mean? Did he misunderstand something? Once they returned to the mountain, they would have to make the best use of their time to cultivate. How could they have the time to enjoy themselves? When the 10 boys and girls heard this, their expressions changed drastically. There were a few young girls. Her eyes reddened, and tears fell from her eyes. Patriarch, you don't want us anymore. Big brother Chu, you don't want me anymore. Why? Woo, woo, woo. Hai Pinbo and Xue Xian were dumbfounded again. They were at a loss for what to do, because the living room had turned into a sea of crying. One by one, the young boys and girls were sorrowful, crying their hearts out. Well, it wasn't to that extent. Chu Yang hurriedly comforted them. Don't think too much. I didn't abandon you. Then why did you chase us away? A young girl bit her lips stubbornly and looked over. That's right, that's right. You obviously don't want us anymore. Woo 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 woo. No, that's not it. Listen to me first. Chu Yang anxiously explained. I didn't mean to chase you away. It's because these 2 seniors have taken a liking to you. They want to take you as their disciples. This is such a good thing. Other people would beg for it. I don't care. I'm not leaving. I don't want to leave our Chu clan's courtyard. I'm not going anywhere. The 10 of them opened their mouths and shouted one after another. All their voices only expressed one wish. Not leaving. I'm not leaving. Even if I have to live in a heavenly palace, I won't go. Yes, even if it's heaven, we won't go. We'll stay here. We're not going anywhere. Even if we weren't born here, we'll die here. Woo woo woo. We're not leaving, woo woo woo. One by one, the little fellows' faces turned red. They were filled with righteous indignation and shouted as if they were swearing an oath. The little girl, Chu Xiufeng, ran in front of Chu Yang and hugged his knees. She raised her head and looked at Chu Yang with her big watery eyes and cried, "Big brother Chu, don't chase me away. I'll definitely serve you well in the future. I'll definitely be obedient. I'll definitely eat half a bowl of rice every meal. Don't chase me away. Woo woo woo." Chu Yang was stunned. Hai Mingbo and Xue Xian were also stunned. What was going on? What was going on? Now the two super sects, Lingxiao faction and Dreamlike Veranda, were taking the initiative to take in disciples. Two super sections. In the past, when they encountered such a situation, which one of them didn't thank them profusely and cry to follow them? But now he was being abandoned like a pair of worn-out shoes, disdained, and these little fellows actually swore an oath. This. Chu Yang spread his hands helplessly. Seniors, you see, they're not willing to leave this. I can't do anything about it. The two of them were speechless. Can't do anything about it? If you can't do anything about it, can you just let it go like this? Can you let these 10 geniuses continue to be buried here with you just by saying that you can't do anything about it? They actually have to serve you? This is really fucking bad. With such a peerless physique like yours, you really wouldn't even be able to get in line to serve them. Seniors, I won't have any objections if you can convince them. Chu Yang continued to guarantee. His attitude was very sincere. Hai Mingbo and Xue Xian's eyes lit up. Persuade them? Haha. Wasn't this easy? A piece of cake. A piece of cake. With this thought, the two of them immediately took action. The faster the matter in front of them was settled, the better it would be. It's you. Don't come over. A little fellow looked at Hai Mingbo angrily. It's all your fault. If not for you, Big Brother Chu wouldn't chase us away. You're not a good person. I won't leave even if I die. I won't leave. If you come any closer, I'll die here. I've said before. If I can't live here, I'll die here. There was even a little fellow who took out a shiny dagger and pressed it against his neck. With tears in his eyes, he said, "If you take another step forward, I'll die. I dare. I really dare. Don't force me." Hai Pinbo and Xue Xian were both dumbfounded when they saw how intense the resistance was. What should they do? If they were ordinary martial kids, wouldn't they be overjoyed when they heard that the two big sects were taking in disciples? But these little fellows had obviously never heard of the soaring Firmament faction or the Dreamlike Veranda. But in front of them, how could this be? If they were to commit suicide so pitifully, Hai Mingbo felt that he would lose all his face. With Elder Hai and Xue Xian's strength, it would be too easy to stop them from committing suicide. But this matter didn't seem to be pleasant to hear. Soaring Firmament faction, Dreamlike Veranda. Two super sects forcing people to become disciples. But they didn't know how much these kids had suffered before this. Often they wouldn't eat for 3 days. This was a very normal thing. As for the 12th month of winter, they didn't have enough clothes to cover their bodies. Being frozen to the point of turning purple and shivering was a common occurrence. Coming to Chu Yang's place, they had clothes to wear, food to eat, and so many companions. They didn't have to worry or be afraid anymore. This was a good thing that they couldn't even dream of. Now, someone actually wanted to take them away from here. You two bad people. A high-pitched scream sounded. You two bad people. This shout had a sharp childish voice, but it was the voice of 10 children. Bad people. The 10 children shouted together. 10 fingers that symbolized their resentment pointed at Hai Mingbo and Xue Xian. The childish voice shook the air in the hall. Chu Yang covered his face with his hands. Oh my God! What's going on? How could I have overlooked this situation? Could it be that my personal charm has increased again? Hai Mingbo and Xue Xian looked defeated. What's going on? How could such a thing happen? The two of them were really ashamed to receive such a disciple from the two great sections, snatching them by force, not to mention that it would be difficult to win the hearts of these children. Just the fact that this fellow had Yen Russian behind him made it difficult to deal with, and there was also a mysterious super expert that Yen Russian had introduced to them. Even if they didn't care about this, just based on Chu Yang's enthusiasm and his decision to not make things difficult for them, they couldn't be so ruthless. It was really not pleasant to hear. Elder Hai, it seems that this bunch of children only listened to one person. Xue Xian transmitted her voice to Hai Mingbo. They only listened to Chu Yang. I'm afraid we have to do it from Chu Yang. Yes, our only hope is that Chu Yang can help us persuade them to change their minds. Hai Mingbo's eyes were full of passion. What a bunch of talented children. They are so young, but so stubborn. This state of mind that is not swayed by external factors is really precious. Xue Xian nodded in agreement. Stubborn. It had always been a derogatory term, but when it was said at this moment, it was completely complimentary. People who pursued martial arts, if they didn't have an indomitable stubbornness, if they didn't have the courage to go all the way, it was really impossible for them to reach the peak. At least, it was impossible. Chu Yang, we can only rely on you for this matter. Hai Mingbo turned his head and looked at Chu Yang. This is difficult, really difficult. Chu Yang was in a difficult position. He scratched his head. Elder, you saw it too. It's not that I don't want to let them go. I also want them to have a future. But I really treat them as my younger siblings. His heart was spinning. Is there still a chance to extort them? Chapter 1843. Hai Pinbo's old face twitched. I understand. If they didn't treat him as their younger siblings, would they be so stubborn? Children's hearts were the most sensitive and sincere. Even if they didn't say it aloud, their hearts were clear about who was good to them and whether they had a utilitarian heart. To persuade them, I'm afraid it'll be very difficult. I really don't want to force them. Chu Yang sighed. His face was full of worry and unwillingness. Say it. What are your conditions? How could Hai Pinbo not see that this bastard was obviously trying to take advantage of the situation? Do you think you can pretend to be a child? Don't you have a utilitarian heart? I'm very confident in persuading them. Chu Yang took on the responsibility. How about this? Elders should know my difficulties. Hai Pinbo and Xue Xian turned to look at him. Now the Iron Blood Alliance is eyeing me, and today's matter has made me very angry. Chu Yang said slowly, but I'm very weak now. I'm very scared. If I don't help the two of you and get killed by the Iron Blood Alliance, I'll be too sorry. Since there was a change, and this change was beneficial to him, then he wouldn't be Chu Yang if he didn't take advantage of it. Taking advantage of a situation is my style. Hitting a person when he's down is my life's creed. If I don't take advantage of it, I'll be a bastard. Xue Xian and Hai Pinbo were stunned. You're scared? You showed that you were scared? Everyone could see how arrogant you were back then. Elders, what if they come to find trouble with me? What should I do? Should I just wait for death? Chu Yang said worriedly, but Hai Pinbo stared. Isn't there still that mysterious elder? What if I'm killed by them before that mysterious senior knows about it? Even if that elder helps me take revenge, won't I still die? Chu Yang sighed worriedly. Especially those people with such high cultivation. It's really hard to guard against them. At this point, the two of them were silent. Xue Xian looked at the 5 girls again. She couldn't stop her eyes from burning. What a great talent! His aptitude was much better than any of his younger brothers. In fact, it was much better. If he were to take all 5 of these girls in as his disciples, he would be able to produce 5 genius disciples in a row. Even if they couldn't be compared to Senior's sister, Mo Qinggu, he would undoubtedly be able to secure the 2nd place in the sect. That's a sure thing. In time, after obtaining Mo Qinggu and the dreamlike veranda of the 5 winds, The number one sect in the heavens would no longer be a Leduo. Hai Liobua looked at the 5 boys and felt a surge of emotions. If he brought these 5 children back, as long as they grew up safely, the prosperity of the sect would be just around the corner. The latest would be a few hundred years, and the earliest would be a few decades. They would be able to see the glory of the soaring firmament chapter once again. At that time, he would absolutely be the greatest contributor to the soaring firmament chapter. There was no other. His name would go down in history and be immortalized for 10,000 generations. Just say it. What do you want to do? The 2 of them made up their minds at the same time. 50 heads. 50 heads of the Iron Blood Union's experts. Chu Yang stretched out 5 fingers. Just as the 2 of them were about to agree, Chu Yang continued. Chu Yang continued the unfinished sentence. 50 heads. I'll give them to each of you. Sai, I'll go all out and achieve your wish, even if I have to coax and pester. Since such a variable had appeared, and Gu Xinwu of the Iron Blood Union had offended him, if Chu Yang didn't take the opportunity to take revenge, he wouldn't be him. Chu Yang was especially vengeful. He would take revenge for the smallest grievance. This was a heaven-sent opportunity. Just destroy the Iron Blood Union. He didn't want to do that. 50 heads in exchange for 1 person. Hai Liobua and Shui Xian were stunned. Was this asking for a sky-high price? The children here are too expensive, aren't they? 50 heads of the Iron Blood Union's experts in exchange for 1 child here? No. The 2 of them shook their heads in unison. We're not assassins. We've never done something like this before. Besides, we only get 1 for 50 people. Besides, there are only 110 people from the Iron Blood Alliance gathered here. We can only get 2 if we kill all of them. No. Don't they have other people? I heard that the Iron Blood Union is a super sect. How can they have so few people? Chu Yang guided them patiently. Besides, the Iron Blood Union is full of evil. They're publicly known as a tumor in the Eastern Royal Heaven. Eliminating them is enforcing justice on behalf of the heavens, and we can also get a genius brother. Why not? The Iron Blood Alliance might be a tumor in the Donghuang Immortal Realms, but you, Chu Yang, are clearly using others to do your dirty work. The 2 of them were clear about this point. Thinking about how Gu Xinwu the Greedy Wolf only took a piece of purple crystal jade essence and hit Chu Yang a little, this guy actually wanted to destroy the whole sect. Thinking about this, the 2 of them felt a chill in their hearts. This guy was definitely someone they couldn't afford to offend. Luckily, they weren't very strong now. Otherwise, dealing with him would be really scary. There's no room for discussion. Hai Liobua and Shui Xian shook their heads. Do you want to destroy a big sect just for this? Then I can't do anything. Chu Yang spread his hands and said helplessly, I've already stated the conditions. If you can't do it, it's not my problem. I'll still say the same thing. You can persuade them yourselves. I won't interfere. As long as they're willing to go with you, I'll definitely send them off. I won't take the heads of the Iron Blood Union. I, Chu Yang, am a man of my word. I'm a man of my word. I'll never go back on my words. Hai Liobua and Shui Xian looked at each other. This guy was actually playing the role of a pain in the ass. You can come and persuade them at any time. As long as you come, I'll let them come. At that time, you can persuade them together or attack them separately. As long as you persuade them, you can take them away at any time. After saying this, Chu Yang sent them off with tea. The 2 of them left helplessly and disappointedly. In the next 3 days, the 2 big sects reported to Chu Yang almost every day. The 10 little guys just shook their heads, no matter what the conditions were. They just wouldn't go no matter what. This made the people of the 2 big sects extremely depressed. Just as the 2 big sects were at their wits' end and prepared to take the risk, someone suddenly came to visit. Yan Russian came. He walked in with Chu Yang hand in hand intimately. That familiarity, that intimacy, that this made the people of the 2 big sects' hearts skip a beat. The friendship between Yen Russian and this guy seems to be extraordinarily deep. Well, the risky strategy can only be put aside for the time being. At this time, Xixia City was in a turbulent situation. At this delicate moment, Yen Russian, who was in the air, was paying attention to the big and small movements in Xixia City. He naturally paid the most attention to Chu Yang's side. Seeing that the situation was in a deadlock, he naturally had to lend his brother a hand. "Brother, take care. I'll come to visit every 2 to 3 days. When I'm thirsty, I'll come down to drink tea with you." Yen Russian came and left. Before he left, he even intentionally or unintentionally greeted the people of the two big sects before leaving such a sentence. Although he didn't say it explicitly, Hai Liubo and Shuexian understood that Yen Russian was threatening them. "If they don't accept my brother's conditions, don't think about taking anyone away from here." He agreed. "I won't agree. Come to visit every 2 to 3 days. When I'm thirsty, I'll come down to drink tea." This meant that he was watching them. On the third night, the storm finally came. Without any warning, the sudden battle cries sounded from all directions. The sounds of battle resounded throughout Xixia City. Something big happened to the Jin clan. Overnight, the Jin clan was razed to the ground. There were more than 100 people of the Iron Blood Alliance living there. Only Gu Xinwu, the greedy wolf, managed to escape. There was also another super expert. The other 108 people didn't even have any serious injuries. All of them were dead. Even the original members of the Jin family had been completely wiped out. Yes, you can't wrong a good person. As a matter of fact, all the members of the Jin family had been killed by the people of the Iron Blood Alliance a few days ago. Living here, it was always quieter. Killing a few people was nothing, especially those who were not even local moneybags. It seemed that it wasn't entirely correct to say that there weren't any serious injuries, because the two people of the Iron Blood Alliance who escaped were covered with cuts and bruises. One of them had almost lost 85% of his life. He was confused and aggrieved. What's going on? Isn't the Lingxiao clan always aloof from worldly affairs? Why would they suddenly attack us without any warning this time around? Moreover, he had acted so viciously. He had directly killed all of them, leaving no room for negotiation. How did we offend them? What the hell is going on? How come we didn't know? Especially Gu Xinwu, the greedy wolf, who was even more depressed. The last time he was tormented, he had lost so many purple cloud coins for no reason. He had also willingly given away the purple crystal jade essence to someone else. When he returned, his injuries had truly flared up, and he had almost lost half his life. Just as he started to recover, he was surrounded by the Lingxiao clan and almost lost his life. He was still planning to go to the auction house as soon as he recovered from his injuries. He wanted to teach the little boss of the auction house a lesson so that he could get his purple cloud coins back. Otherwise, he could secretly get rid of that guy. Just as he was thinking and hadn't put it into action, a disaster suddenly struck him. If it wasn't for the mysterious person who saved him, he was afraid that he would have died there. Why did the Lingxiao clan want to deal with him? And who was the mysterious person who saved him? Late at night, in the Chu clan's courtyard, Brother Tiger snuck into the room. "What the hell did you do? Why did you come back so late?" Chu Yang interrogated. "I went to save someone." Brother Tiger's tail drooped. "Who did you save?" "Gu Xinwu, the greedy wolf." "Fuck!" Chu Yang cursed. "Humph! I just thought that it was too easy for him to die like this. So I saved him and slowly played with him." Brother Tiger stared. "I wanted to let him see the Iron Blood Alliance being destroyed bit by bit. Then we would kill him with our own hands. That would be fun. Yes, in the end, I, the great benefactor who saved him many times, would personally kill him. That scene would be absolutely shocking." Chapter 1844. Looking at Brother Tiger, who was speaking so confidently, Chu Yang was extremely speechless. P.C. This guy was thinking too beautifully, although the design was indeed very exciting. Also, that day when I followed Greedy Wolf out, I met a terrifying guy. Brother Tiger took a deep breath with lingering fear, pointing and describing the situation that day. Hiss! Chu Yang sucked in a breath of air. How high was the cultivation level of an ancient heart martial artist? Although he had never fought them head-on and didn't understand, Chu Yang believed that the battle power of an ancient heart martial artist was definitely above the heaven level, or the peak of heaven level, or the heaven level. Iron Blood Alliance was ranked 13th among the super sects in Eastern Royal Heaven, which was equivalent to a huge monster at the front. How weak could the third leader of Iron Blood Alliance be? But he was played by that green-robed elder to the point that he didn't even have the chance to react. Who exactly was this green-robed elder? Why did his actions seem like he was taking revenge on behalf of me? Is it the person we met last time? Chu Yang was referring to Xue Leihan. Definitely not. This person is weaker than that person, Brother Tiger said. Chu Yang fell into deep thought. At such a time, such a person actually appeared? Early morning. Xue Xian angrily kicked open the encampment of Soaring Sky Clan. For peace and quiet, the two sects were stationed far away from the city. By the time Xue Xian received this news, Iron Blood Alliance was already finished. And this result not only meant that Iron Blood Alliance was finished, but it also meant that Dreamlike Veranda would pass by the talented disciples. Seeing with her own eyes that many of Soaring Sky Clan's people were injured, how could Xue Xian not know what had happened? Her last bit of hesitation completely disappeared, and her instincts were raging. Hai Lianbo, you're too much. Xue Xian was so angry that her whole body trembled. There were more than 100 people, and 50 people for one person. The Iron Blood Alliance had lost 2 people. Now, the Soaring Firmament chapter had actually done the work without saying a word, swallowing the soup and water in one gulp. Even if it was 1 person per sect, it would be fine. Hai Lianbo was counting the number of people, his face full of melancholy. Why was there only 108 people? At most, there would only be 2 people. Even if the other party was kind enough to spare one, there would only be 3 at most. What could they do? But where could there be 5 geniuses suitable for the Soaring Firmament sect? Immortal, you're here. Have a seat. Please have a seat. Hai Xianbo politely offered his seat. Give me 50 heads. Xue Xian went straight to the point. She stretched out her hand and asked for the heads. She definitely did not believe that the other party would be so kind. He took the initiative to give one of his brothers a share. Impossible. Hai Mingbo didn't even think about it and shook his head like a rattle drum. Are you kidding me? We spent so much effort to get 100 and you want half of them? How could that be? How could there be such a logic? Elder Hai, there is only one reason for everything. Don't tell me you think you're in the right. Xue Xian flew into a rage. Hai Pinbo, we've known each other for so many years. I really didn't expect that you, an old man who always smiles all the time, who looks so simple and honest, who already has 1 foot in the grave and 1 foot in the coffin, can actually do such a weird thing. Hai Mingbo argued righteously. Immortal, you are wrong. Everything I do is for the sake of the sect. Everything I do is based on the sect's interests. Bullshit. Xue Xian flew into a rage. She no longer cared about her poise and elegance. 50 heads. Hurry up. Hai Mingbo, if you dare to refuse. Don't blame me for falling out with you. Xue Xian couldn't be blamed for losing her composure. Yan Russian's sudden appearance had made it impossible for them to turn the situation around. Moreover, Chu Yang's tone was getting harsher by the day. If you don't hand over 50 heads, then don't ever think of taking anyone away from me. Moreover, there was still the army of the Eastern Royal Heavens above. General Lon had a huge army and was eyeing Purple Cloud City like a tiger. If he really dared to act rashly and snatch people, Yan Russian would have an excuse to ask General Lon to send out his troops. Jianghu matters are Jianghu matters, but if you snatch someone's people so brazenly, then it's not just Zhejiang who matter anymore. It's a standard act of banditry. Therefore, it was reasonable for General Lan to take action at that time. At that time, it would be a small matter. Who was General Lan? He was a saint-level expert. Moreover, he controlled tens of millions of troops from the Eastern Royal Heavens. He was one of the most powerful people in the Eastern Royal Heavens below the Eastern Royal Emperor. He was definitely below one person and above millions of people. Why don't we discuss it again? Hai Mingbo tried his best to persuade. He obviously didn't want to give away the benefits that he had obtained. Anyway, there are tens of thousands of people from the Iron Blood Alliance. Isn't it easy to change a few people? It's not impossible to change a few people. Bullshit! There are tens of thousands of people from the Iron Blood Alliance. Why don't you go and kill them? Don't tell me that you're satisfied with just this. Xue Xian looked gentle and demure. At this moment, she really could say anything when she was angry. Hai Mingbo, don't be so shameless. Let me tell you, those who want to take everything for themselves and ignore their allies usually don't have a good ending. Be careful that you don't die from overeating. The two of them opposed each other with equal harshness. At this point, Xue Xian's hand was on the hilt of her sword. Her eyes were filled with ferocity. It was obvious that she didn't exclude the possibility of fighting. This matter definitely couldn't be ignored. The Soaring Firmament faction was originally an existence that was second only to the dreamlike veranda in the Eastern Royal Heavens. If the Soaring Firmament faction gained the upper hand in this competition, they might be able to suppress the dreamlike veranda in 100 or 1,000 years. This was something that Xue Xian definitely couldn't tolerate. These 50 people could be compensated from other places. However, Xue Xian definitely had to fight for this matter. In the end, Hai Mingbo took a step back and gave up 50 heads. There was no other way. There was no reasoning with women, especially when facing such a strong and powerful woman. Hai Mingbo was filled with regret. If he had known that this would happen, he would have contacted the dreamlike veranda last night. He could have even let the other party take the lead. Your dreamlike veranda is stronger than us. Now look what happened. All the work was done by his own people. There were also many casualties. The dreamlike veranda didn't do anything. They just took a nap and got such a huge advantage. Furthermore, after wasting so much manpower and resources, they actually ended up in the wrong. He couldn't complain about anything. Who asked him to be so weak? He was really unlucky. When the sun had just risen, the two of them once again came to the Chu clan compound. Just as they entered, they heard the sound of people shouting, and the sound of many people running together. Chu Yang hurried over. There was still dust on his body. Divine Dr. Chu, what's the matter with you? Hai Mingbo asked curiously. Nothing much, Chu Yang said lightly. It's just that those little guys have to run every morning. I also ran with them to join in the fun. Oh, the two of them expressed great interest in this matter. Those little guys? Aren't there only 10 of them? Xue Xian asked. How can there be so many footsteps with only 10 people? She listened carefully and said, there are at least 100 people here. Yes, it's 103 people. Immortal's ears are really sharp. Chu Yang gave him a thumbs up. It's 103 people. Exactly. Then he said proudly, who said that there are only 10 of them? Jin Feng, and the rest are only members of one group. I have a total of 10 such groups here. The largest group has 13 people. Normally, they all have their own duties and do their own things. It's only during the morning exercise that everyone gathers together. Of course, there are also some younger ones, only 4, 5, 7, or 8 years old. They don't need to do any work. Let them learn to read and prepare to train them to be accountants or shopkeepers in the future. Our Chu clan compound has a shallow foundation, so we need to nurture our own talents. Naturally, we need to start from the kids. Chu Yang looked as if he was very far-sighted and had a lot of plans. The two of them shuddered. 103 people? Were those 10 children just a random group, drawn from the crowd. The two of them looked at each other. They saw the passion and greed in each other's eyes, although they knew that the chances were not very high. But what if there were still good seedlings? As long as there were 3 to 5 more, it would be good too. Can we go and take a look at the place where these kids run? Hearing their cheerful voices, I feel so much younger. Hai Minbo looked at Chu Yang politely and gracefully to ask for his opinion. Of course. Chu Yang looked as if he had not thought of anything. He invited them warmly. Please, the two of you, this way, please. This was a small, independent courtyard. It did not occupy a large area. Running in circles, the length of one circle was only 300 feet. The team of 100 people was scattered at the back and the front. At the front were children of 12 or 14 years old. Behind them were some little radish heads. They were rolling and crawling all the way. Beside them, there were people shouting, 121, 121, 121. Seeing these over 100 kids, Xue Xian and Hai Minbo's eyes froze. They were shocked, speechless again. What's wrong with me recently? Why do I have to be shocked again and again? Looking at them one by one, it was as if they were looking at priceless treasures. There were both boys and girls, both big and small, both handsome and ugly, but without exception, all of them were geniuses. There was no lack of super geniuses. The two of them almost drooled. Among them, the child with the worst aptitude actually had the same aptitude as the 10 or so contestants that their sect was nurturing. Could it be that we are dreaming again? Such a beautiful dream. Let us wake up a little later. The two of them were completely flustered for a moment. Their divine senses exploded and enveloped these kids. One by one, they used their divine senses to check their bones, aptitudes, and the light in their eyes. Chapter 1845. In order not to frighten the weak souls of these children, the two of them even used all their strength to completely block out the murderous aura of their souls, leaving only a gentle soul force that was like a spring breeze. It would only make people feel comfortable and would not cause any discomfort. This is from P. Looking through them one by one, they were more and more shocked. Oh my God! These children are very naughty. Chu Yang's eyes were full of indulgence as he smiled. During this period of time, they have been really lawless. Haha, they have ruined all my flowers and plants. I can't bear to scold them. They are all children. It's in their nature to be playful. The two of them stared at him with endless disdain. Flowers and plants? What a joke. It's already a blessing for these children to have the chance to ruin your flowers and plants. If these children were in our sect, they would be ruining the spiritual herbs, and no one would blame them. How could they ruin the spiritual herbs that were given to them? These 2 days, they were so shocked that they could not even speak properly. Seniors, I am preparing to build a huge business empire. Chu Yang clasped his hands behind his back and puffed out his chest. Then he said in an imposing manner, You see, these children are a bit naughty, but each one of them is very talented. I'm teaching them how to read and write, as well as how to do arithmetic. So, each and every one of them will become a pillar of support for me in the future. If I send them out, any one of them will be a famous accountant. It was a loud and clear accounting room. Hearing this, Xue Xian and Hai Minbo almost fainted. If it was an ordinary sect, every child here would be able to shoulder the burden alone, even in a super sect like ours. He was also one of the rare heaven's proud sons of heaven. You want to nurture them to be accountants. What a waste of resources. The two of them had finally seen what a waste of resources was like today. For a moment, Xue Xian and Hai Minbo had a very strong urge to grab Chu Yang with one hand and pull out all his limbs. Then they would strangle him to death. Then they would chop him into minced meat and feed him to the dogs. No one is as despicable as you. But this was just an impulse. They only dared to think about it. Not to mention, Yan Russian might not even be able to get past this kid. These children's dependence on Chu Yang had already exceeded common sense, after this period of contact and experimentation. If these two dared to touch Chuyang, these children would go up and bite them to death without any hesitation. Although the two of them were experts, when faced with such a group of super talented future geniuses, they were nothing. There were some things that he really didn't dare to do. At this moment, the group of kids who were originally running had already finished their run. Intentionally or unintentionally, he began to pay attention to this side. The next moment, a sharp child's voice rang out. "Those two perverts are here again. They are the ones who want to take us away." Boom! Instantly, everyone looked over. Pairs of clear eyes stared at Hai Pinbo and Shuexian. It was full of hostility. In the eyes of the children, these two people were the main culprits who had come to ruin their happy lives, even if it was not for the time being. Who knew if it would happen in a few days? If they didn't know that they definitely couldn't beat them, they really wanted to bite them. Towards the children's reaction, Chuyang's expression was amiable, but he was actually extremely satisfied. In his heart, he was practically bursting with joy. Hai Pinbo and Shuexian's faces turned green. Oh heavens, oh earth! So many geniuses, each and every one of them looked at them as if they were looking at a mortal enemy. Really, but no matter what, at this moment, Shuexian had already made up her mind. There were so many geniuses. She definitely couldn't divide them equally to Lingxiao faction, according to the agreement. She wanted at least 70%. If she could get more, it would naturally be better. As for the bullshit alliance and not mistreating allies, all of that could go to hell. Otherwise, the next generation's competition would be too strong. If she wasn't careful, she could even be overturned and let Lingxiao faction ride on top of dreamlike Veranda's head. That would be embarrassing. In the face of so many geniuses at the same time, even Mo Qinggu, who was extremely talented, might not be enough. After all, Mo Qinggu was only one person, and there were hundreds of geniuses here. However, Mo Qingwu's absolute position was also unshakable no matter how many geniuses there were. After all, quantitative change couldn't compare to qualitative change. Hai Pinbo and Shuexian's eyes were red. It was just that the current situation was indeed a headache. No matter if they wanted to forcefully demand or even forcefully snatch, they couldn't do it. Although in the long run it was worth any price to get such a terrifying number of geniuses. But the current situation was really very special. Let's not talk about Yan Russian, who was the representative of the government who had unequivocally become Chuyang's backer. These children's dependence on Chuyang was almost unshakable by external forces. If they were to force their way in, it would only result in mutual destruction. Even if they were to disregard everything and forcefully kidnap the children, the kidnapped children would only hate the kidnappers. It was no joke to be hated by such a genius child. The only effective solution now was to rely on Chuyang's persuasion. But this was a very troublesome matter. Looking at Chuyang's calm face, the two couldn't wait to skin this guy alive. This guy must be overjoyed in his heart. But now they could only allow him to open his mouth. This guy's heart was so black. Now that he had the initiative, how could he not open his mouth? Children. Chuyang clapped his hands. Instantly, more than 100 people swarmed over like bees. They looked at Chuyang eagerly. "Big brother Chu, don't chase us away. I can already work now. Please let us stay. We will definitely be obedient. We won't leave even if we die. Boo-hoo! They are all bad people. Don't let us go with bad people." A wave of pleading voices came one after another, each louder than the previous. Chuyang laughed loudly. He said, "What are you little brats thinking? Don't worry, I can't bear to let you go. How can I bear to let you fall into the hands of bad people and be tortured? Am I that kind of person?" All the children shook their heads vigorously. Their faces were full of trust. Hai Pinbo and Shuexian rolled their eyes. "What do you mean by fall into the hands of bad people and be tortured? Are we bad people? We are going to give them great opportunities. This is definitely a great opportunity to reach the heavens in a single step." The more the two of them chased after each other, the more sullen they felt. They clearly had earth-shattering cultivation, but they couldn't do anything here. They even had to ask for help from an earth-level ant. They even had to beg for help in a submissive manner. What the fuck is this? They followed Chu Yang to the living room, looking at the fragrant tea that was already served. They didn't have the heart to swallow it. Depressed, they forced themselves to drink. They were afraid they would choke. 50 heads, 1 person. Chu Yang stretched out 5 fingers. This condition doesn't change. The 2 were a little absent-minded. The worst thing about killing people was not being able to get started. Now that they had confirmed their enmity with the Iron Blood Alliance, and they had already killed more than 100 people, further action, cutting the weeds and eliminating the roots became the top priority. This point, even without Chu Yang's reminder, the 2 would do it themselves. The sooner it was settled, the better. Could it be that they were waiting for the Iron Blood Alliance to attack from all sides and create trouble for themselves? Not to mention that there would be such a generous reward after killing people. Just kill as much as you want. When the time comes, if there are more heads, even if each of you bring 20,000 heads, I can give you the number of geniuses. Chu Yang said until here. Finally, his wolf's ambition was revealed. 20,000 people. According to the agreement, 20,000 people could be exchanged for 400 geniuses. If it was based on the premise of each person, the number would be doubled, which was 800 people. 800 people? 800 geniuses? Could it be that geniuses were worthless now and cabbages were everywhere? Where did you find so many geniuses? The 2 suddenly thought of this question. Both of them were intelligent people. Logically speaking, they should have thought of this long ago. It was just that the shock they received these few days was too great and too frequent. So much so that they only thought of asking this question now. After they asked the question, they were all shocked at the same time. Yes, where did so many geniuses come from? The answer to this question is to ask my sworn brother. Chu Yang was unperturbed. Without hesitation, he pushed Yen Rushen out as a shield. This matter is really like a child who has lost his mother. It's a long story. I'd like to hear the details. Both of them hated this guy for betraying them at such a crucial moment. At that time, with some money, I wanted to build up my own strength. But in this Heaven Imperial Court, any place with a little bit of development potential had already been divided up. There were no experts who would seek refuge with me at all. Moreover, the other 2 clans in Xixia City were already eyeing me covetously. They would never allow me to develop at ease. In view of this, I simply took in all the orphans, beggars, and street children around Xixia City. I prepared to nurture them myself, even if it took a longer time. After all, this was the most reliable way. After my sworn brother saw this situation, I don't know what method he used, but he asked many of his friends to search for these children from other places and send them to me. Some of these children were quite good. The major clans hadn't opened their doors to search for disciples for the past few hundred years, and these children were all alone and had no one to rely on. So, regardless of whether their talents were good or bad, as long as I could see them, I brought them here. In all fairness, Chu Yang's explanation seemed to make some sense on the surface, but it was still very far-fetched. How many good seedlings could there be in the land of orphans and street children? Even if the major clans closed their doors, how many of them could be left behind? Not to mention the fact that all the major clans had preachers constantly searching for them. After hearing this, Hai Linbua and Shuexian finally understood some of these children's origins. Their hearts trembled. Orphans, beggars. Chapter 1846. Orphans, beggars, street children. In such a place, unless there are no talents, once a talent appears, he or she must be a ruthless person, because they had gone through too much hardship. Ordinary children could not compare to them. In terms of life, those children from wealthy families are undoubtedly much better off than these children. However, in terms of martial arts, These children from poor backgrounds were much, much better than those from wealthy families. At least in terms of temperament, the two were comparable. One was a gentle pet raised at home, while the other was a hungry wolf that had been honed by wind and frost. How could they be compared? Other aspects could be made up for in different ways. But the toughness of one spirit was not something that could be made up for in any way. Thinking of this, the two became even more eager. And then, Hai Lianbo asked. And then, the mysterious guest that Brother Yin introduced came. Chu Yang raised his eyebrows and said, Brother Yin seemed to be very afraid of that person. Maybe I shouldn't say that he was afraid, but a kind of unspeakable feeling. Chu Yang raised his head, his eyes darting around as if he was trying to find the right words. Reverence. Hai Lianbo asked. Endless reverence. Xue Xian asked suspiciously. It's both sides, but it's not completely the same. Chu Yang shook his head in distress. Actually, from what I see, that guest is very kind. She played with my group of little guys for 2 days. Then he said that it was a pity. Then he took out a white jade. White jade? The two frowned at the same time. Obviously, the crux of the matter was this white jade. That was a pure white jade that naturally emitted a holy light. Then that old man said, Sai, there's only one left in this world. Since it's fated to be with you, I'll give it to you. So, I might as well let you guys take advantage of me. Chu Yang said as if he was serious. He was even mimicking the tone of an old man when he said those words. At this point, Hai Lianbo and Xue Xian held their breaths. Obviously, the facts that Chu Yang had told them were far beyond their expectations. It was even beyond their comprehension. Then, the old man asked me to bring over a large vat. Then he reached out and grabbed a ball of water from thin air, filling the vat to the brim. And then, so he threw the piece of jade inside. Chu Yang said so. Something even more unbelievable happened. After the jade is thrown into the water, it quickly dissolves in the water. I saw the jade dissolving bit by bit. It's as if the universe is disintegrating in front of me. That scene might not be what I had described, but that's the gist of it. I don't know how to explain it clearly. On the other side, Hai Mingbo and Xue Xian both frowned. He pondered bitterly. What the hell was that thing? Just a piece of jade could create such a miracle. It was really as Chu Yang had said. It was really inconceivable. Then he asked each of the children here to drink a cup of tea. At least the vat is bigger, and there's enough to share. Chu Yang smiled and said proudly, But I didn't drink it. Why didn't you drink it? The two asked together. The two realized that the water must be extraordinary. To be able to transform so many children's talents, how could ordinary water do that? But since it was extraordinary, how could Chu Yang, the owner, not enjoy it together? That elder said that my talents are the best in the world and I don't need to drink this anymore. Too much is as bad as not enough. Chu Yang said proudly, So I didn't drink it. Uft, uft. Hai Mingbo and Xue Xian were drinking tea. When they heard this, they spat out the tea on Chu Yang's face at the same time. Then they coughed with strange expressions. One on each side. In an instant, Chu Yang's face was washed evenly. What are you guys doing? Chu Yang was innocent, depressed, and angry at the same time. He glared at them angrily. This anger was half real and half fake. Although Chu Yang understood their actions, understanding was not the same as approval. No one would be in a good mood after being sprayed. But what made Chu Yang the most confused was that they had no time to react. The speed at which they sprayed the water was so shockingly fast. So what if your cultivation is high? It was amazing to have a high cultivation. To be honest, if Chu Yang was at the same level as Xue Xian and Elder Hai, these 2 mouthfuls of tea wouldn't have hit his face. On one hand, Chu Yang's current cultivation was too shallow. On the other hand, these 2 people were much, much stronger than Chu Yang. Even if they had done it unintentionally, Chu Yang still had room to dodge. Cough, 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 cough. Cough, cough, cough. Cough, cough, cough. The two coughed nonstop. Their faces were red as they apologized. Sorry, really sorry. I couldn't hold it in. The two of them had to use their entire life's worth of skills to forcefully hold themselves back from laughing out loud. Top-grade talents. No need to consume. Too much is as bad as not enough. Wahaha. Looking at this guy's proud and satisfied face, it really makes me feel scared from the bottom of my heart. Top-grade talents in the world? No need to drink this? Too much is as bad as not enough. This sentence was really too hilarious. Which senior is truly a wonderful person? It was obvious that he could tell that it was a waste to use such a good thing on him. Brother Chu, please continue. Cough, cough. And then, Hai Xiaobo continued to ask, and then he left. Chu Yang raised his brows and smiled, but before he left a sentence. These children have unlimited potential in the future. They will definitely be able to show off their skills. The two fell into deep thought at the same time. There was no doubt and no doubt. These children were all true geniuses now. They definitely had a direct connection to that piece of jade. In other words, a mere piece of jade melted into a vat of water. Everyone had a cup of water. Then all of them were reborn. What kind of jade was that? There was actually such a treasure in the world. Yes, Chu Yang repeated that person's words just now. There is only one piece in the world. What kind of jade was it? Why was it so precious? It actually had such a shocking effect. Both of them were experienced and knowledgeable people. They had hundreds of thousands of years of experience. But now they were still confused. They could not figure out what it was. They almost broke their heads thinking, but still could not figure it out. But the caution and shock in their hearts. Their YNG had reached the peak. They originally thought that that person was probably a saint-level expert. But now it seemed that person's cultivation level. His YNG was at least at the level of a great emperor. In fact, perhaps it might even be higher. Who was that person? At this moment, the feeling of looking up to a tall mountain surged into their hearts and filled their hearts. A vat of water created these children. Shuexian frowned. She was a little cautious when she asked this question. These? Not only that, there are many more. Chu Yang said, Anyway, there are more than 100. How many are there? Hai Mingbo asked anxiously, How can I tell you this? Do you really think I'm stupid? Chu Yang laughed. Hai Mingbo and Shuexian almost fainted. It was not because they were angered by Chu Yang's rejection, but because they had confirmed it. This guy really had more than 100 geniuses in his hands. Shocking. Now, the problem has changed. How can the Iron Blood Alliance have so many people to kill? Even if we kill all of them, how many can we exchange for? The two were really worried. There was a huge pile of immortal peaches right in front of them, but ZJ could not afford it. Although ZJ had the capital, the other party did not recognize ZJ's capital. It's not that there is no room for negotiation. You can use other things too. I'm a very easygoing person. Chu Yang laughed. For example, things like the resurrection grass can be exchanged for one stalk. If there are other heavenly treasures of the same level, as long as you can bring them to me, I will definitely let you have your way. The resurrection grass is so precious. One stalk can be exchanged for at least 5. Shuexian made a prompt decision and immediately increased the price. This was a woman's innate ability to bargain. Most men did not have this talent. Actually, Shuexian regretted at the moment she opened her mouth. It was good that they could exchange for it. Why did she have to increase the price? Wouldn't ZJ be even more depressed if the resurrection grass was not exchanged? It's only limited to 1 stalk. Chu Yang hurriedly agreed. If he remembered wrongly, Duan Sankong had said that the resurrection grass that appeared previously was in the hands of the dreamlike veranda. The resurrection grass was urgently needed. It was something that they needed now. So be it. For Wu Qianqian to wake up and for Duan Sangkong to recover. This grass was the key. Deal. Shuexian immediately agreed. The sect had coincidentally received a stalk of resurrection grass previously. There were 2 other stalks of better quality in the sect. It was not a big deal to give up this stalk. He made up his mind. Let them send it over immediately. He could even send out 2 more stalks. Each stalk could be exchanged for 5 people. That would be even more ideal. There was no need to consider further. Shuexian had already settled a few stalks. Naturally, Hai Mingbo was a little anxious. I say, little brother Chu, this? I've brought 50 stalks. Do you think? Hai Mingbo was very anxious. I have 50 stalks here too, Shuexian said. Okay, let's check it later. As long as you come in and out, we can decide on a person. Isn't this a very simple matter? Chu Yang smiled and said, Don't worry, I'll keep it for you. If you think it's enough, you can take it with you. I guarantee that none of you will be willing to take it with you when the time comes. The 2 chatted for a while and stood up to leave at the same time. As soon as they stepped out of the Chu clan's courtyard, the 2 looked at each other at the door. They saw the strong fighting spirit in each other's eyes. Then, the 2 of them turned into shooting stars and disappeared at an extremely fast speed. Chapter 1847. Shuexian immediately sent a message back. I hope the sect can send experts to deliver the 2 stalks of resurrection grass to Purple Cloud City. Also, organize people to kill the Iron Blood Alliance and leave their heads behind. The faster, the better. It's urgent. There's no time to lose. We found a large number of geniuses here. Every one of them has the potential to become a core disciple of the sect, but they need to be exchanged with the heads of the Iron Blood Alliance. 50 heads for one, she hurriedly sent the message out. Hailing Bo also did the same thing at the same time, but he also added, Now, Dreamlike Veranda has obtained the same opportunity as us. If the sect doesn't act soon, I'm afraid the consequences will be dire. The golden opportunity is right in front of us. Once we miss it, it won't come again. Thousands of miles away. The 2 sects immediately started the follow-up operation. The Iron Blood Alliance, which was still shrouded in a dense fog, immediately met with an unprecedented disaster. The number 1 sect and number 2 sect of the Eastern Royal Heavens attacked at the same time, sending large forces to kill them all. To the Iron Blood Alliance, which was only ranked 13th in the Eastern Royal Heavens, this was definitely a disaster. Although the 2 sects were in competition, it was even more deadly for the Iron Blood Alliance. The 2 sides were simply competing. One side killed 8,000 people, and the other side fought for 10,000. Moreover, all the Iron Blood Alliance members who were surrounded were confused and felt wronged. What did we do to you? How could you be so unreasonable as to encircle and annihilate us? And so ruthlessly, you can kill us, but give us a reason first? Is it too much to ask for an explanation before I die? Is it too much? But the people who participated in the attack didn't even know why the higher-ups of their sects were fighting. They only knew one thing: kill them and bring their heads back. Even killing them wasn't the key. The key was the number of heads. But what was the difference between this request and completely destroying the Iron Blood Alliance? Therefore, the 2 sects didn't need to discuss anything. They agreed. Do we need a reason to kill you? We're a righteous sect. Kill you. We're enforcing justice on behalf of the heavens, getting rid of evil for the people. Therefore, the Iron Blood Alliance members all vomited blood. Yes, we're evil. We're despicable. We've never done anything good, but you've known all these long ago, okay? It's been thousands of years, and you guys haven't said anything. You've never interfered. Why did they suddenly decide to settle the score and launch an all-out attack? What the hell is going on? The 2 sects attacked with all their might, from the outside to the inside. In less than a day, they had already dug out the Iron Blood Alliance's base. Then they rushed over in a grandiose manner. Time was of the essence, and the sooner things changed, the better. Right now, Xixia City was in the midst of a storm. If the secret was leaked out and the other super sects knew about the existence of those geniuses, then the result would be hard to say. In the end, the Iron Blood Alliance had more than 20,000 people. After this fierce battle, most of them were annihilated. Only a few thousand people remained. As for the headquarters of the Iron Blood Alliance, which had been completely ravaged by the two sects, it had turned into ruins. The two sects were still chasing after the fish that escaped the net, as if they were determined not to return until they cut off the heads of the fish that escaped the net. The members of the Iron Blood Alliance still didn't understand why they were facing such a calamity. What was the reason? The Iron Blood Alliance's leader, Fong Dalei, who was originally in seclusion, came out because of the critical situation. But he didn't have much use. He was seriously injured by the two experts of Dreamlike Veranda. He was lucky enough to escape, but he didn't forget to search for the truth. What was going on? What was the reason for these two sects to be so ruthless? If the members of the Iron Blood Alliance knew that this disaster was caused by the third leader, Gu Xinwu, the greedy wolf, messing up Chu Yang's auction and threatening Chu Yang, Gu Xinwu's whole family would probably be eaten alive. Why did you provoke such a killing god for no reason? Wasn't this just looking for trouble? Bah! How was this not looking for trouble? It was simply looking for death. Moreover, it was dragging the entire Iron Blood Alliance to hell with it. Of course, all these grievances happened in the vast Jianghu outside. For the time being, Chu Yang still couldn't get much specific information. Right now, Chu Yang was busy with another matter. The reason was simple. It was that things would change if things were delayed. The super sects of the other realms also arrived one after another in these 2 days. The super sects of the major realms arrived one after another, making Shuexian and Hai Lianbo feel heavy pressure in their hearts. There was a subtle feeling of danger lurking everywhere. Apart from the people from the Demon Emperor Heaven, Buddha Heaven, and the Big Western Sky, these 3 directions, the people from the other heavens had unexpectedly all come in a unified organization. The major sects were all ranked according to the Heaven Imperial Court strength, orderly and orderly. Looking at the other's mighty and majestic arrival, and then looking at her own side that was like a plate of loose sand, Shuexian sincerely felt an enormous pressure. Under this kind of pressure, the major sects of Eastern Royal Heaven had no choice but to temporarily put down their grievances and disputes, and quickly carried out integration. But the previous period of fighting and killing made many sects have new blood debts between them. Even if they reluctantly joined forces, it was mostly cold. Quarrels would arise at the slightest provocation. If they couldn't stop it in time, the next thing would be swords against each other. Regarding this, Shuexian and Hai Lianbo both had extreme headaches, but they didn't have a good solution. And invisibly, Chu Yang's auction hall, after this auction, actually became the meeting place of Eastern Royal Heaven's Jianghu. As long as there was something, everyone liked to come here to discuss. This point made Chu Yang extremely speechless. Can't you discuss somewhere else? Must you come here? Discussions are all secret. Discussing here, aren't you afraid of leaking information? Even if you aren't afraid of the risk, I'm afraid of the responsibility. Isn't it annoying? But this kind of situation was actually very easy to understand. That auction faintly gave people a kind of feeling. A peerless expert was secretly helping Eastern Royal Heavens, Jianghu, through the Heavenly Armament Auction Hall. Chu Yang used this reason to ensure that not only was the Heavenly Armament Auction Hall safe and sound from this incident, but it also got the opportunity to develop in the long run. But because of this, it also attracted countless troubles. Was this a blessing or a curse? If it was said to be lifting a rock and smashing one's own foot, it didn't seem to be that serious. In any case, there really wasn't anything in this world that didn't have 100 advantages and no disadvantages. The infinite, boundless mountain was still full of people, but the strange thing was that none of the super sects sent anyone over to participate, not even to take a look. Although everyone was here for the peerless treasure under the soul-suppressing stone, no one went over in the end. Everyone was stationed far away, and everyone was so calm and peaceful, as if they were here for a vacation and not to fight for treasures. They didn't even do a basic survey of the terrain. Chu Yang let Brother Tiger carry him high up in the sky to take a look. He saw that within a radius of a few thousand miles, the people of the greater heaven and earth were all in a circle, clearly separated from each other. Many people also used this opportunity to find some old friends that they hadn't seen for thousands of years to chat and drink. In any case, the atmosphere was very peaceful. This situation made Chu Yang's jaw drop. What was going on? On this day, Xue Xian and the rest gathered at the Heavenly Armament Auction Hall to discuss matters again. And because Chu Yang's cultivation was too low, he didn't have the right to participate and was mercilessly expelled. Minister Chu angrily returned to the Chu clan's courtyard at the back, muttering and cursing along the way. Isn't being old just a little lower in cultivation? You bunch of bastards are using the old place, eating and drinking the old, but you chase the old away. What kind of behavior is this? It's simply extremely vile. Just you wait, I'll get back at you. When he returned to the entrance of the Chu clan's courtyard, he suddenly sensed something. He looked up and saw 3 people standing in front of his house, smiling and looking at him. Even with Chu Yang's experience, he couldn't help but exclaim in his heart, "How elegant! These 3 people are really dragons and phoenixes. Absolutely extraordinary." In front of the Chu clan's courtyard, there were 3 people. One of them was tall and slender. Although he was only of average height, he gave people a feeling of elegance. He wore a snow-white robe and stood there with his hands behind his back, his aura distant. It was as if this world was full of filth, and he was the only one who stood above the world. Without any words or actions, he naturally showed a holy and noble aura. He had a head of black hair, a jade-like face, slender eyebrows, majestic eyes, a high nose, and a small red mouth. Although he was a man, he was born with the face of a peerless beauty. But he didn't give people a feeling of femininity. On the contrary, he gave people a more heroic aura. In short, the feeling this person gave people, in addition to a kind of natural elegance and nobility, there was also an indescribable sense of holiness. In addition, although he was arrogant and bossy, it didn't make people feel disgusted. It was as if he was a natural leader, a natural king. This person's age shouldn't be old. At best, he was in his 20s, slightly older than Chu Yang. But he also gave people a deep and experienced feeling that the world was under his control. Chu Yang's expression didn't change, but his pupils shrank slightly. The moment he saw this young man for the first time in his life, he had a strong feeling of an opponent. This unusually strong feeling was indeed unprecedented. Even when he first met Diu Qingro, he didn't have such a strong feeling. It was as if this person in front of him was his destined opponent, an opponent he couldn't avoid. In addition, this person's appearance and temperament gave him a feeling very similar to when he first met Tai Butian outside Iron Cloud Citadel. That was the aura of a natural king. Chapter 1848. If that was all, Chu Yang's impression of this person would probably be that he valued him very much. However, this person's aura, composure, and the special feeling that everything was under his control were actually similar to the feeling that Mo Tianji gave him. In fact, it was even better than that. This person was definitely not to be trifled with, at least not in the short term. Chu Yang made this judgment in his heart and secretly became somewhat vigilant. Opponent. Beside the white-robed man stood a black-robed young man. This young man in black was also not very old, looking about 27 or 28 years old. His clothes were as black as ink. His eyebrows were sword-like and his eyes were bright. The contours of his face were as if they were carved by a knife. The lines were so rigid that it gave people a feeling of uncanny workmanship. This face seemed to be made with a mold. It didn't look natural at all, but it was indeed natural. Although thin and weak, it gave people a feeling of iron and blood. This person also had his hands behind his back. A pair of cold eyes looked at Chu Yang. Those two cold eyes fell on Chu Yang's face. It actually made Chu Yang feel as if there were actual needles pricking him. His face faintly hurt. The feeling that this person gave him was like the combination of Gu Du Xing and Dong Wushang. Sharp and heavy. It was just that the feeling that Gu Du Xing and Dong Wushang gave him was the feeling of someone who could entrust their lives to each other. But the feeling that this person gave him was a kind of awkwardness and discomfort that came from the bottom of his heart. Although he was smiling at this moment, and it was a kind of smile that came from the bottom of his heart, but Chu Yang could still feel waves of coldness in his heart, and a kind of coldness that came from a kind of killing intent. This person, whether now or in the future, would not be on the same path as him. This person was quite scary. Chu Yang also came to a conclusion about the second person in his heart, opponent. The last person was a young man dressed in purple. Purple had always been a color that symbolized natural nobility, but not everyone could wear purple clothes. However, when this person wore it, it complemented each other perfectly, as if it was a natural combination. This person's eyebrows were a little thick. His nose was not very straight either. Even his skin was a little dark. But the feeling that he gave people was that of a rich and powerful man who looked at the world with a smile, extremely carefree and at ease. It was as if there was nothing in the world that he couldn't do. There was nothing that he couldn't do. At this moment, there was a smile in his eyes as he looked at Chu Yang quietly. This person gave Chu Yang the feeling that he was the most dangerous of the three. He felt as if he was facing Meng Luo and Du Shao at the same time in the third heaven. From this third person, Chu Yang made a final conclusion: opponent. He was an extremely threatening opponent. This kind of situation where he could determine whether he was a friend or a foe was not rare in Chu Yang's lifetime. Chu Yang wasn't a jealous person, but he had an incomprehensible intuition about the opponents he was about to face. He couldn't explain it in words. An opponent was an opponent. An enemy is an enemy. A friend is a friend. Brothers are brothers. There was nothing to explain. However, Chu Yang himself might not have realized it. In this world, there were not many people who were qualified to be recognized by him as his opponent. Diwu Qingru of the lower three heavens was one of them. Du Shao and the others of the third heaven could barely be regarded as his opponents. But their level was very low. The Dharma Lord of the upper three heavens was also the previous generation's think tank of the calamity, but he could also be regarded as one of them, and Chu Yang recognized him very much. Apart from him, Chu Yang didn't have any other opponents. From senior brother Shi, Qian Shan, to the extremely powerful extraterrestrial demon, they might have enough strength to threaten Chu Yang's life, but they weren't qualified to be Chu Yang's opponents. Being regarded as Chu Yang's opponent was a great honor for a person, and that was because he wasn't inferior to anyone. Even Chu Yang himself wasn't aware of how outstanding he was at present, but it was a pity that Chu Yang wasn't aware of this proud fact. So it was needless to say about these three people standing opposite him, but these three special people had appeared in front of him, and they had appeared here. The real opponents that Chu Yang had to face in the Heavenly Imperial Court had finally appeared, the first wave. These three people were standing on this street. They blended in perfectly with everything around them, but they were also out of place at the same time. It seemed as if they were lotus blooming in the mud without being stained. They also seemed as if the bright moon in the sky had descended to the world, harmonious and detached. While Chu Yang was sizing up these three people were sizing him up as well. This young man in black walked over calmly from the other side. His movement speed wasn't very fast, but the distance between each step was perfectly balanced. In the eyes of these three people, Chu Yang seemed to leave a clear mark on the ground with each step he took. When he walked over step by step, although there weren't any marks left on the ground, in the eyes of these three people, there were two neat rows of footsteps. The direction and distance of the first step and the second step were exactly the same. There wasn't even a millimeter of difference. The direction and distance of the heels of this step and the second step were exactly the same. The direction of the toes of the feet were exactly the same. The distance covered by each step was exactly the same. There wasn't even a millimeter of difference. He walked over just like that, but he was like the most precise machine. There wasn't any deviation at all. Not even the slightest deviation would appear. The gazes of these three people gradually became cautious, serious, and solemn. From these neat footsteps, the three people felt a pressure from their hearts at the same time. It was a kind of pressure that could suffocate their hearts and make them stop beating, but none of the three people said it out loud. They continued to observe Chu Yang. The material of his black clothes was very unique. It didn't look like the traditional clothes of the Heaven Imperial Court, but it was very fitting. Yes, there seemed to be a slight protrusion at the hem of his black robe. It didn't look like there was a weapon hidden there, but there was definitely something else. This person's eyes were very clear and pure, but the divine light in his eyes was constant. The corners of his mouth curved slightly, as if he was smiling at any time. But only those who are completely clear about this face would know. A person with such a face, if they were to become enemies with him, how vicious would his attacks be? He wouldn't give his enemy any chance. His eyes were very bright. The black and white of his eyes were very distinct. There wasn't even the slightest trace of blood. This kind of person kept himself in the most complete state of mind at all times. His feet were moving. His arms were also moving. From every strand of his hair to the soles of his feet, his entire body was in a kind of natural harmony. He didn't need to be on guard deliberately, but his most normal posture was already the most perfect defense. He could adjust all his body functions to the most suitable position at any time, any place, and any kind of sudden situation. Whether it was attacking or defending, he could do whatever he wanted. Although his every move seemed to be careless, in fact, it was a kind of strong confidence that only a person with extreme confidence could have. It was the kind of strong confidence that everything is under my control. This kind of person was always the most difficult person to deal with. At the same time, the three people opposite him came to such a conclusion about Chu Yang. These observations and discoveries about each other sounded very long. But, in fact, this process was very short. Almost at the moment when both sides met, everyone had an evaluation of each other. As highly intelligent people, and also the top experts in each other's fields, everyone clearly believed in one thing: the accuracy of the first impression to determine whether one was a friend or foe was absolutely as high as 10%. Everyone was a confident person. They firmly believed that they wouldn't be wrong. If the first impression was wrong, for such people, it would be tantamount to a disaster, because they were very stubborn. They stubbornly believed in their first impression. Chu Yang stopped at a distance of 20 feet away from the three people. This distance was very subtle. If he were to ask a question from 30 feet away, it would seem that there was a sense of distance. But the current distance made it difficult to distinguish between friend and foe. Going up to be intimate was enough, but going up to kill seemed to be equally enough. It was enough for ordinary people. The three people revealed an inexplicable smile in their eyes. They were very clear that the person in front of them had given the choice to the three of them whether they were friend or foe. But such a choice was somewhat uncomfortable for the three of them. They usually gave this choice to others. Since, when was it someone else's turn to make a choice? Let you make a choice, or let me make a choice. These were two completely different matters. One was active and the other was passive. Obviously, these people weren't used to being passive. But now they were in front of Chu Yang's house. Chu Yang was acting as the master. The three of them had no choice but to accept it. Otherwise, the following topic wouldn't be able to be discussed. Just when the three of them were unwilling, but they had no choice but to speak first, a warm and genial smile suddenly appeared on Chu Yang's face. At this moment, Under the influence of his smile, the gate of the Chu clan's courtyard seemed to have suddenly turned into spring. It was intoxicating. "May I ask who the three of you are?" "Ha!" Chu Yang's eyes seemed to be smiling. "The three of you have brought light to my humble home. Could it be that you've been waiting for me? I'm flattered. I'm really flattered." The unbelievably handsome young man smiled, revealing a row of snow-white teeth. It actually made people's eyes light up. "Well, if your name is Chu Yang, then the three of us brothers are here to look for you." Chu Yang laughed and said cordially, "It's an honor to have the three of you come in person. It's really an honor." Chapter 1849. The three of them followed his gaze and couldn't help but laugh at the same time. Sure enough, many young ladies, including the young married women, were watching from afar with infatuated expressions on their faces. The three of them were already used to such infatuated and expectant gazes. They didn't take it to heart. They even faintly enjoyed it. Although they were teased by Chu Yang, they didn't mind. "Ha ha ha, let's go in." The three of them laughed heartily at the same time. Chu Yang's joke made the four of them act as if they were old friends who had known each other for many years. They immediately became familiar with each other and walked in together affectionately. They seemed to be completely unguarded and without any barriers. But was this really the case? "Please sit." Chu Yang led the three of them to his study. This was a small, independent room. It belonged to Chu Yang alone. At this moment, this was the first time an outsider entered this small space. The three of them sat down quietly. They seemed to have found the most suitable seat for themselves. The young man in white still chose to sit opposite Chu Yang. The other two sat on his left and right. The four of them each took a side. Chu Yang took the main seat. The four of them didn't speak first. Chu Yang was making tea, an extremely simple teapot. Chu Yang took out a small tea bag from his ring and gently opened it. There was a small pinch of gray tea inside. The next moment, Chu Yang waved his hands. The spiritual energy in the air turned into water droplets and dripped onto his palms. In the blink of an eye, it boiled. Then, the boiling water in the air drilled into the teapot like a dragon. The tea in the teapot began to churn. In just a moment, there was already a smell of tea fragrance that seemed to seep into the bone marrow. What a fragrant smell! The young man in white arched his eyebrows, revealing a trace of intoxication from the bottom of his heart. "Honorable guests have arrived. Naturally, I have to treat them with good tea." Chu Yang said softly. There was a calm and genial smile on his face. "I don't have much of this tea left. I snatched it from a great brother. He's not with me now, so I can't make it myself. I can only try to save as much as possible. I hope it can last until the day I meet him again." "Oh, are you the great brother?" The white-clothed duke asked curiously. If someone like Brother Chu thinks he's amazing, then he must be really amazing. The other two nodded in agreement at the same time. "Yes, that brother of mine is indeed an amazing person." Chu Yang slowly said, "His name is Mo Tianji. As for this tea, it's made from the tea tree that he planted himself. He picked the tea leaves with his own hands. No one else intervened. This was the name of the tea, just as his name should be called. Tianji tea. Good tea. What a great Tianji tea!" The three of them exclaimed in admiration. From beginning to end, no one interfered. This in itself was a kind of extreme purity. And this brother of mine, just like his name, the mysteries of heaven were unpredictable. The mysteries of heaven are unfathomable. But to him, he can see through the mysteries of heaven and control them. With a warm smile on his face, Chu Yang said he can summon clouds and rain with a flip of his hand. He can also devise strategies and determine victory from 1,000 miles away. He can also wield his sword in heaven and earth and laugh proudly in the clouds. He can even sharpen his sword in the firmament and move unhindered in the universe. He's really the #1 genius that I've seen in my life. At the same time, he's also my most reliable brother. Fortunately, he's my brother. Chu Yang smiled faintly. Although he said that he was lucky, his tone was full of bragging. His eyes were discreetly sizing up the expressions of the three people. He's indeed a talent. The white-clothed young man said seriously, "If we meet, we must learn from him and make friends with him." Such a talent, we must make friends with him. The black-clothed young man nodded. We must meet the outstanding person that Brother Chu admires so much. The purple-clothed young man's eyes were full of fascination. If it were anyone else, they would think that Chu Yang was bragging when he praised Mo Tianji. However, the three people in front of him believed him immediately. There was no reason. It was just because they believed in Chu Yang and believed every word that Chu Yang said. Although each of them knew that they would never become friends with Chu Yang and that Chu Yang's friends would never be their friends, at this moment, there was a very subtle trust. A good tea needs a good character. Chu Yang waited until the tea fragrance had completely filled the study room. Then he carefully took out 4 teacups and placed them on the table. He picked up the teapot and tilted it slightly. A clear green tea with a refreshing tea fragrance was poured into the 4 teacups, one by one. Then Chu Yang continued, "The 3 of you drank my brother's heavenly secret tea. I believe that it's not a disgrace to my brother's tea. If my brother knew that we had such an opportunity to drink tea together today, and that it's heavenly secret tea, he would be very pleased. It's our honor." The 3 of them bowed. With regards to Chu Yang's words, the 3 of them indeed had a feeling that he thought highly of them. The 3 of them picked up the teacups in front of them and took a sip. Then they closed their eyes and let the tea's fragrance roll in their mouths. After a while, they slowly swallowed and praised heavenly secret tea. A sip of tea is indeed a wisp of heavenly secrets. "Brother Chu, about this tea, I'd like to ask for some." Chu Yang laughed. "That won't do. I don't have much of it myself. I'm not willing to part with it." Hearing his words, the 4 of them burst into laughter. At this moment, the atmosphere was harmonious, as if they were old friends who knew each other well. There were no grudges at all. Chu Yang picked up the teacups and invited them to drink. He blinked and smiled. "You know my name, but I don't know yours." "This seems a little unfair," the 3 of them laughed. In their laughter, their eyes became sharp. The harmony just now disappeared in an instant. Chu Yang, male, 20 years old. The young man in white arched his eyebrows and revealed a charming smile. He said slowly and clearly he ascended from the heavenly level continent. When he ascended, he already had the strength of a human level. Chu Yang's deeds in the heavenly level continent cannot be verified for now. However, from a low-level plane, he could ascend to the heavenly level imperial court at the age of 20. This shows that he's a peerless genius. And for him to be able to do all this, he must have a meticulous brain. Chu Yang's wisdom should be unparalleled and unparalleled in the so-called heavenly level continent. The tone of the young man in white had a hint of carelessness. It seemed to be full of contempt and ridicule. But Chu Yang himself knew that this was just an illusion. The person in front of him, this opponent, was quite terrifying. He must not underestimate him at all. Even the slightest could lead to a fatal disaster beyond redemption. He listened carefully, listening to his opponent's understanding of him. At the same time, his mind began to work quickly, looking for his exposed weakness and all the advantages that his opponent did not know. After he came up, he first met the clan master of the Miao clan. The 2 of them walked together and ate a free meal. Then, in short, Chu Yang is like a myth, a legend. He rose in the purple cloud city, which was not eye-catching at all. Everything that happened to him seemed reasonable, but in fact, everything that happened to him was absolutely unreasonable, because he is just a newbie, a complete newbie. A newbie who can stir up a storm here can only rely on his wisdom and some backup plans that we still don't know about. Backup plans are not scary because they will be exposed sooner or later. As long as the pressure reaches a certain level, they will appear automatically. But Chu Yang's wisdom is worthy of everyone's attention. Also, The heavenly weapon auction hall this time around was filled with unreasonableness. But all these unreasonableness were perfectly explained by a few simple words. Not only that, all the sects and clans in the Eastern Royal Immortal Realms approved of it. These 4 words are united against a common enemy. And Chu Yang is obviously an outstanding schemer who studies people's psychology. He made full use of the psychology of the people in the Eastern Royal Heavens and put in all his effort. This allowed him to be able to do whatever he wants here, even when he is abnormally weak. The young man in white smiled gently and warmly. He looked at Chu Yang affectionately and said slowly, "Ever since the Heaven Palace was established, there has only been one person who could use the identity of a newcomer who had just ascended for less than 3 months to do all of this. Chu Yang alone. Such an achievement may not be the last, but it is truly unprecedented. Chu Yang will be the common enemy of all the ambitious geniuses in the Heaven Imperial Palace. If he is really allowed to grow, I'm afraid the situation in the Heaven Imperial Palace will change. Although there are people who say that Chu Yang's aptitude is a super trash physique, I don't think so." The young man in white showed strong confidence in his eyes. Because such a person, even if he is weak, he can still stir up a storm. Moreover, he is already at the Earth grade now. In 3 months, he rose from the human grade to the Earth grade. Although this speed of advancement is not unprecedented in the world, it is already shocking. Can he really be a trash? My introduction is over. The young man in white turned and smiled. Do the 2 of you have anything to add? The young man in black and the young man in purple smiled bitterly at the same time. You can even count how many farts Chu Yang lets out every day. What else can we add? Nothing. The young man in white blushed slightly and said, "The 2 of you are really annoying." Chu Yang smiled, and his expression did not change. No one knew what he was thinking at this moment. At this moment, these 3 people even told him how much he ate every day and how much he walked every day. They understood him in such detail that it made people tremble with fear. Moreover, they had a very high evaluation of him and attached great importance to him. This kind of attention from the opponents was enough to make anyone's hair stand on end. But Chu Yang still secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Chapter 1850. Luckily, the target of their investigation was only him. Only him. Luckily, they still made a mistake. That is, I placed too much importance on myself and neglected the people around me. Or rather, although I placed the same importance on myself, I didn't put in so much effort. Otherwise, all of his efforts might really be exposed. Chu Yang secretly heaved a sigh of relief. I can't help but admire you. Chu Yang smiled lightly. I feel like I've been stripped naked. There's actually someone who's willing to specially count how many farts I let out every day. The 3 laughed at the same time. My name is Yun Tian. I'm from the Polar Heavens, Sword Alliance. The white-robed youth's delicate face revealed a shy smile. He seemed a little shy as he said, "This time the various sects of the Polar Heavens have come to the Eastern Royal Heavens. I'll be the Army's advisor and give advice to the Army. It's a job that doesn't require too much physical strength. I admire you." Chu Yang couldn't help but admire him. What he said was really modest enough. This youth was about the same age as him, but he was actually the overall commander of the various sects of the Polar Heavens this time. This kind of achievement was enough to make anyone of the same age feel ashamed. Ashamed to death. What Army's advisor? Everyone knew that these were just words of modesty. The Heavenly Sword Alliance is the undisputed #1 sect of the Heaven Imperial Court. Brother Yun is young, but you're already the leader of the rising stars of the sect. You're even able to convince the other sect's geniuses to lead the army over hundreds of thousands of miles. This kind of achievement really makes me prostrate myself in admiration. Chu Yang's words were absolutely sincere. I'm ashamed. Yun Tian smiled lightly and bowed slightly. My surname is the same as your brother Mo Tenji's. My surname is Mo, Mo as in Emolu, and my name is Emolu. If you want to laugh, feel free to laugh. Laugh all you want. I never mind. A cold smile appeared on the black-clothed youth's chiseled face as he said, "In life, no matter if you are an acquaintance, a relative, a friend, or a brother, in the end, everyone can only choose one path. Everyone else is a stranger to you. Emolu is me. Emolu is the successor of the Green Heaven sect and the Underworld sect. This time, I'm the one leading the various sects of the Green Heaven sect." Emolu looked at Chuyang. He said slowly, "Brother Mo is very talented." Chuyang said solemnly, "You flatter me." Stranger's face was as cold as steel. There was no expression on his well-defined face. Chuyang then focused his gaze on the purple-clothed youth. "My surname is coincidentally the color of my clothes. My surname is Z. My name is Purple Emperor." The purple-clothed youth spoke in a natural and unrestrained manner. "Everyone from the great overarching heaven world, follow me. I, the Violet Emperor, am from the Heart-Seeking Sword Pavilion." Heart-Seeking Sword Pavilion. Chuyang muttered to himself. He recalled a sentence on the honor roll. Dreamlike Veranda and Heart-Seeking Sword Pavilion are about the same in terms of strength. The competition in 500 years is drawing near, and it's hard to tell who will emerge victorious, but looking at this purple emperor now, Chuyang actually couldn't help but worry about Dreamlike Veranda. The purple emperor was such a genius. It wasn't something that could appear so casually. To be his enemy, one had to be prepared. These three people were actually the leaders and decision-makers of all the sects in the three great heavens and earth. Chuyang couldn't help but feel a little surprised. Chuyang was very arrogant in his bones. Quite arrogant. He also believed that he was definitely not inferior to these three people, even if the other party's strength was definitely higher than his. But if both sides were to fight to the death, Chuyang's unpredictable trump cards might not necessarily be defeated. At the very least, even if he couldn't win, he could always escape. It was just that he really couldn't figure it out now. Why did these three people come to him at this moment? Chuyang couldn't understand. He was at most a slightly famous auction hall shopkeeper now. He wasn't worthy of these three people coming in person. Although Chuyang was sure that he would be proud of Xiaotian in the future, he really didn't have the capital to make them look at him in a different light. Since that was the case, what was the purpose of these three people's unexpected visit? Why did they think so highly of him? Why were they so confident? Being valued by these three people was definitely not a good thing for the current Chuyang. Of course, Chuyang wasn't worried about the guards of these three people at all. Ever since these three people stood at the gate of the Chu clan, there were at least 30 strong divine senses surrounding them. Such a guard formation would definitely ensure their own safety. Even if all the experts of the dreamlike secular world attacked together, they could guarantee that they wouldn't die within 3 breaths and then safely retreat within 5 breaths. Brother Chu must be very curious. Why did we come here to find you? Yun Tian smiled faintly. Actually, I planned to come alone, but these 2 guys are also very interested in you, so they came together. It's both coincidental and inevitable. Oh, Chuyang asked with interest. Although it was just an "oh," the meaning was profound. Little brother Chu, this is your first time in the Heavenly Imperial Court, so you may not know. Since ancient times, there has been an iron law in the martial world. Yun Tian said with a smile. That is, the people of the martial world can be roughly divided into 3 groups. The first level is naturally those senior experts who have cultivated for more than 10,000 years. The second level is those who have cultivated for more than 1,000 years but have not reached 10,000 years. This is the so-called intermediate level. There may be differences in the strength of the people in this level, but their overall strength is on the same level. As for the third level, it's us, the youths who have cultivated for less than 100 years. These three levels have always been clearly separated. Moreover, the hidden rule of the martial world is that if the juniors are mischievous, the adults are not to interfere. Unless it's a matter of life and death, they are not to interfere. Even if they interfere to save someone, they are not allowed to bully the weak and injure the other party. Directly determining life and death is even more taboo. Yun Tian smiled. Therefore, in the heavenly imperial court, the forces of the martial world will only slowly strengthen and not decline. And at the same time, there will also be many people who are greedy for power or who will join the heavenly imperial court in order to fulfill their ambitions. Therefore, martial artists can be considered to have developed in an all-round way. Martial artists can be seen in all aspects. Chu Yang nodded slowly. Although he didn't understand what Yun Tian's words had to do with coming to see him, he had to admit that this iron law of the martial world was extremely beneficial to preserving the bloodline of the martial world. It was just a fight between juniors. Even if they fought fiercely, so what? In the end, their foundation would not be damaged. And the basic principle of saving oneself and not hurting others also ensured that the two sides would not form a death grudge. It greatly reduced the possibility of revenge killings. If this cycle continued, the higher the level of the force, the lower the chances of forming a death grudge. You give me a head start. I also give you a head start. Naturally, it's good for you and good for me. And every time the ranking of the competition between the sects is decided, people from the younger generation will also be chosen to participate in the competition. Yun Tian's voice had a biting cold aura. Life and death, victory and defeat, it's all up to the heavens. If there are seniors who rashly interfere because of the fight between the juniors, causing huge casualties, then the sect that this person belongs to will definitely be punished by the entire world. There will be no exceptions. This is the iron law of the heavenly imperial court. Yun Tian raised his handsome eyebrows and said with a smile. Chu Yang said in a low voice, after hearing Brother Yun talk about the iron law of the heavenly imperial court, can I understand it as the lifeline of all the major sects in the world is actually in the hands of the juniors? Yes, that's right. Yun Tian praised. Brother Chu is indeed wise and able to infer many things from one example. The juniors, they are the key to the sects and the future of the sections. Chu Yang nodded. He expressed his understanding and agreement. So, from a certain perspective, this world is actually a stage for us youngsters to compete with each other. Yun Tian's voice was very heavy. The faces of Mo Lu and Zi Huang also appeared especially heavy. That was an unusually heavy sense of mission. Chu Yang's eyelids drooped slightly, but his heart also felt a layer of pressure from the bottom of his heart. Although Chu Yang did not think that he belonged to any force, his relationship with Xue Leihan was recognized by Chu Yang. So, Chu Yang had already subconsciously belonged to Xue Leihan's Eastern Royal Heaven. And after he came up, he landed in the Eastern Royal Heaven. This made Chu Yang even more unable to help, but feel an inexplicable sense of belonging. But at this moment, he personally experienced the heavy pressure on him. Other things aside, at least the extreme heavens, Green Cloud Heavens and Daluo Heavens already had leaders of the younger generation on the surface. No matter how much they schemed against each other in private, at least on the surface, they had already formed a unified command and an ironclad stance. On the other hand, the Eastern Royal Heaven was still in a state of disunity. At least, they did not have a qualified leader. If the so-called intersect competition were to be held now, or if the battle were to start directly, it would be strange if the Eastern Royal Heaven did not suffer a crushing defeat. As soon as I arrived here, I began to secretly investigate the leaders of the various sects and sects, as well as their outstanding disciples. It took me 2 days. Yun Tian revealed a unique and meaningful smile. His fair fingers tapped lightly on the table. But I unexpectedly discovered that among the younger generation of the Eastern Royal Heaven, there is no place or person that I need to pay special attention to. We feel the same. Mo Lu smiled coldly and said lightly, This is the Eastern Royal Heaven after all. They are the hosts. Zi Huang raised his eyebrows and smiled. They are all a motley crew that can't withstand a single blow. Chu Yang's smile was still on his face, but his heart was a little stiff. But I didn't expect that outside of the Eastern Royal Heaven, there would be someone like Brother Chu, a young talent that appeared out of nowhere. Yun Tian smiled. And now, Brother Chu has already done something that no one in the younger generation of the Eastern Royal Heaven can do. That is, by chance, Brother Chu has already become the core of the Eastern Royal Heaven's power. P.S. Yesterday was autumn and I rested for a day. During the day, I sat on the top floor for the entire afternoon, thinking about the plot that I should write now. In the end, I decided that even if this path is difficult, I still have to continue writing it. As long as I can write it well, the Heaven Imperial Court will be much better than the lower three heavens. The conflict will also be much more intense. If I write it wrong and fail, I can only bear the most embarrassing situation. But no matter what, I still have to try, right? Life is unavoidable. I believe that after reading this book, my control over the plot will be improved to a whole new level. This is already enough. Moreover, regardless of whether it is easy or difficult to write, this is the path that I have chosen. As long as I dare to do anything, I have already succeeded by half. Everyone, please work with me to create the final legend of this book. I will do my best. I will go into seclusion from today onwards. Chapter 1851. The current situation is clear. No matter how much they reject you, if you're not here, they will be like a plate of loose sand. In the end, it's because of you that they can gather together to discuss matters. Yun Tian lifted his chin slightly and nodded in the direction of the Heavenly Armament Auction Hall. There was a look of disdain on his face, a look of disdain that came from the bottom of his heart. A lone man cannot form an army. A lone tree cannot form a forest. A smile appeared on the stranger's cold face. If we fight on our own, we will only be defeated one by one. That's right. Zi Huang held his teacup with a faint smile on his face. He blew on the tea and said casually, Brother Chu may not be able to truly develop, but as long as there is an improvement, the future of the world will be up to us to fight. As he said this, Yun Tian tilted his head slightly and smiled faintly. You two fight? The stranger looked at Zi Huang darkly and said sharply, You two fight. The two said the same 4 words. Their tones were different, but they were filled with a sense of coldness and desolation. Zi Huang laughed loudly. His handsome face was filled with madness. He was overjoyed. The 2 of you, can you do it? Are you worthy? Chu Yang realized that in that moment, the 3 of them who were originally allies had actually split into 3 parts. They were like fire and water that opposed each other. What's the use of arguing now? When we meet in the martial world in the future, we will naturally know who is the number 1 in the world. Yun Tian's face, which was as handsome as a woman's, flickered with a faint coldness. However, there was still an amiable smile on his face, as though spring had returned to the earth. Number 1 in the world. These 4 words caused the eyes of Stranger and Purple Emperor to suddenly burst with an abnormally bright light. Chu Yang's expression did not change. He smiled faintly and said, The 3 of you think too highly of me, although I never belittle myself, but I'm still not from any sect. I don't have any conflict with the 3 of you. This number 1 in the world is too far away for me. I can't even see it, let alone reach it. Of course, you still don't belong to any sect, but you are still from the martial world. Yun Tian smiled softly. For every person that I think is a potential opponent, I will come to visit you. I'll come over to take a look and confirm. But this time, Brother Chu made me feel that this trip was not in vain. That would be a huge disadvantage. Stranger Lu smiled coldly and said, I feel the same way. When I heard about the auction, I felt that Brother Chu is a very strong opponent. When I heard that Brother Chu's auction house has become a gathering place, I was even more certain. So, I came to take a look. Now that I see it, it seems that Brother Chu is a very strong opponent. My previous judgment was not wrong, and I even slightly underestimated Brother Chu. The Purple Emperor opened a folding fan and gently waved it. My reason is the same as theirs. However, what I'm truly interested in is the endless mysteries on Brother Chu's body, as well as the endless stream of trump cards. As long as Brother Chu doesn't use all of his trump cards, it will be difficult to predict how far Brother Chu can go. He closed the folding fan with a snap. Then he said, I'm really interested in discovering more. If I can compete with Brother Chu in terms of wits and courage, and exchange moves in all aspects, it would be a joy in life. Does Brother Chu think so too? Having a good opponent in life may not be as easy as having a close friend. Chu Yang smiled bitterly. The three of you are too grand. I'm flattered and ashamed. Sigh, to be honest, our paths are different. Although we are all in the martial world, we can only be strangers in the end. The three of them smiled at the same time. Stranger Lu's chiseled face was smiling especially happily. Although we are destined to be strangers, we will definitely cross paths. Chu Yang smiled bitterly. He really couldn't understand why these three people would treat him as a great enemy after coming here. And it was even the kind of great enemy. It seemed that no matter how one looked at it, he shouldn't be considered a big deal right now. But at the same time, Chu Yang also felt a kind of excitement and caution in his heart. These three people are definitely not ordinary people. Because with their status, to be able to recognize him as an opponent, just this vision alone was already very impressive. Brother Chu put in more effort and speed up. In another 11 years, it will be the time for the rankings to be determined again. Yun Tian's eyebrows curved as he smiled. I hope that at that time, I can compete with Brother Chu for the world. Chu Yang smiled bitterly. I hope so. I can only say so. Sigh, I really don't have much confidence. Instead, I'm scared because of you guys. The three of them smiled at the same time. They could understand Chu Yang's reaction. I would have been terrified if I had been in Chu Yang's shoes. Moreover, I was being valued so highly by such an important person, even though I was in his shoes. But they didn't expect that although Chu Yang said he was scared, in fact, he wasn't scared at all. Instead, he felt excited. You want to compete with me for number one in the world. But I want to test the sharpness of the heroes of the world. However, I have one thing that I don't understand. Or rather, I don't understand. Chu Yang said thoughtfully. Brother Chu, please speak. We will definitely tell you everything we know. The three of them spoke at the same time. The three of you have led the experts here this time. It must be for the relics of the infinite, boundless mountain. Chu Yang said, but why is it that after arriving here, not a single one of you went to take a look? Why are all the sects holding back? The three of them laughed at the same time. Of course, there is a reason for this. Before we came, we had already looked through a large amount of information and found many things related to the soul-suppressing stone and the secrets hidden beneath it, as well as various ways to deal with the dangers that might exist. The reason why we chose not to move now is probably because the baleful Yin energy has yet to dissipate completely. Yun Tian smiled. Now there's such an unparalleled divine sword blocking the baleful Yin energy beneath the soul-suppressing stone, at the same time also suppressing the divine souls of the tribulations below, causing the baleful Yin energy to dissipate slowly, ensuring that the divine souls of the tribulations cannot charge out. This is an extremely thorough method of dealing with things, and can even be said to be watertight. Therefore, the owner of this sword must be an earth-shattering senior expert. It is even more likely that only someone who has dealt with divine souls of the tribulations several times before would have such knowledge and methods. But it is precisely because of this that the process of dissipating the baleful Yin energy has become much longer. According to my estimations, this process will continue for at least a month's time before the accumulated baleful Yin energy will completely dissipate. before the baleful Een energy completely dissipates. The divine souls of the tribulations are basically invincible existences in the land of baleful Een energy. No one dares to take the risk and enter, because as long as they are caught by the divine souls of the tribulations and brought into the land of baleful Een energy, they will immediately become a zombie with twice the attack power of their previous life, and they are invulnerable to swords and blades, impervious to fire and water, extremely difficult to deal with. Yun Tian laughed softly. Therefore, before the baleful Een energy completely dissipates, our people will definitely not enter, and no one will approach rashly. After all, no one wants to become a zombie. Although their strength can be doubled, they will still lose their lives. Yun Tian cracked a small joke. The three of them laughed at the same time, and within their laughter there was mockery. Chu Yang said thoughtfully, "So that's how it is." Waving his fan, the Purple Emperor continued. Therefore, while Infinite Boundless Mountain is packed with people, there will definitely not be people from super sects staying there, because such matters are only known to those sects who have participated in the destruction of the divine souls of the tribulations. And those sects who possess such information are all super sects without exception. Ordinary sects would not know such secrets at all. Having just arrived at the imperial court, it is only natural that Brother Chu would not know such things. Actually, if not for the guidance of our masters and the large amounts of information we have gathered, we would also not know more than Brother Chu, Stranger concluded. In truth, while the appearance of the soul-suppressing stone is a great opportunity, it is also a great cleansing of the sects and experts of the pugilistic world. Using the divine souls of the tribulations and the baleful Een energy to cleanse, it will not be as chaotic as before. It will also be more distinct. Pointing in the direction of Infinite Boundless Mountain, he said mildly, "Those people who are still there now took part in the cleansing. Roughly estimating, the number of deaths and injuries has already exceeded 100,000. By the time this matter is over, the number of deaths in the Eastern Royal Heavens will probably exceed 150,000. And these people are all experts in certain realms or regions." Speaking of the word experts, Stranger's face was filled with mockery, and his laughter was filled with disdain. Chu Yang nodded heavily, saying again, "So that's how it is." The soul-suppressing stone incident was an opportunity for the super sections. At the very least, they would not be harmed by it. However, for the ordinary sects and ordinary people of the pugilistic world, it was a disaster. As long as they were tempted, they would die. As long as they could not control their greed, it would be a disaster. But in this world, how many people could really control their greed? Brother Chu, apart from knowing you, we have also come to tell you something. Yun Tian smiled. "What is it?" Chu Yang asked. "From the moment we met, we had already declared war." Yun Tian smiled slyly. "Declared war? What do you mean?" Chu Yang was a little confused. "We have come this time to bring back the treasure," Yun Tian said. "And the sects of the Eastern Royal Heavens will definitely not let us take it away. They will definitely try to stop us. But now, they are just a pile of loose sand. Moreover, if they use the name of the younger generation to snatch it, we will definitely win. And Brother Chu, you will definitely not let us take the treasure away so easily. Therefore, Brother Chu, you will definitely take action. We have come to tell you these things so that you will have a good reason to act, but also to prevent you from playing any tricks behind our backs." Yun Tian smiled. "When the younger generation of the Heaven Imperial Court declares war, they're not allowed to use the strength of the older generation. This is an iron law. No one can go against it, and no one dares to go against it.